Good morning everybody. How you doing? Welcome to Sewing Street. It's been a gorgeous morning already so far with my lovely workmates here. We've been having a right old time getting ready for a very, very exciting morning. Absolutely superb morning coming up. I hope you'll stay with us for the full 5 hours. Let's start, as always, with our early bird. Let's get started the way we mean to go on. Now, our early bird today, one of my absolute hero products, okay? You know me, I've made a lot of quilts, and it's all about doing things in the most time efficient way because we're all busy people, but also I want to be creative. Now, when I'm quilting, I used to do the safety pins thing, and I've taught a lot of machine quilting classes, many classes on machine quilting. And I always said, you know, when you're pinning your quilt, you need to make sure that you cannot put a clenched fist anywhere on your quilt without touching a pin in order to avoid rucks, wrinkles, tucks, pleats. Really have to think about saying that. Could go horribly wrong. Now, that is a lot of pins. So if I was doing a single bed quilt, it was maybe 500 pins. That would take 3 to 4 hours to put them in. And the minute you start quilting, you have to start taking them out again. So that's at 8 to 10 hours of time. That's quilting a quilt and then some, surely. Yeah, and we haven't actually stitched a stitch. The other thing is, with all those pins in your quilt, you've got to think about them all as you're stitching and stop. That ruins the flow of your creativity. So what do we use instead? We use quilt basting spray. Now this, our early bird today, is the June Taylor quilt basting spray. Normal price $13.99. Brilliant. This is a 10-ounce can. The price is dropping to $11.99. Now, I would strongly recommend that you get yourself a can of this. In fact, I would strongly recommend you multi-buy on this because it's the kind of thing that you can pop in a cupboard or in a drawer or in your stash, and it will keep. It will keep. It's not going to eat or drink anything, as my mum would say. It will be there ready for you when you need it. And when you're ready to layer and quilt a quilt, you just want to crack on, right? Now, when you use your quilt basting spray, here's a couple of tips. The first one is, you know, it's an aerosol, it's a propellant, and it's a glue. So you do want to make sure that you always work in a well-ventilated room. And in the spring, summer, I tend to go outside to do this, but inside, open a window, just so that you're not breathing it in. If you've got, I say this, if you've got a face mask, I think we've all, a few years ago, I could have said that and everyone would have been like, where am I going to get one of those? But we probably all got a face mask, right? Pop that on while you're doing it as well, just to protect yourself. And then when you're doing it, what you want to do is you want to lay your quilt batting down on your surface, put your quilt top on top of it, and spend a little bit of time smoothing it out, getting it all neat and tidy. If you've got things like sashings or borders, make sure they are smoothed out straight. Then what you're going to do is flip back half of that quilt from the quilt batting, and then you want to spray a light, even spray of June Taylor basting spray onto your batting, and then return your fabric and smooth it from the center outwards, okay? And again, make sure that any things like sashings, borders, stay straight and true. Then when you've done that, flip the other side back. What you'll notice, and I want you just to see now from this distance, we're talking 12 to 15 inches. Now, yes, some is going to go on your work surface or whatever, so if it's something precious, protect it. But what you don't want to do is this. And I know a lot of us want to do this because we don't want to get it on our table, but this will create little wet patches and it will concentrate the basting spray in a particular area. And what you want is a fine mist over the surface, tiny little network of almost like little dots or fine spray over the whole surface, and that will give you great adherence, no wet spots. It's not going to gum up your needle, and actually this is going to stay adhered really until you wash it, okay? So you don't have to respray. If you find that you've pushed it and then you think, oh, actually that sashing is basted wonky, or you've put a little tuck or a pleat in, you can just peel the fabric back and redo. It's not an issue. Just give it an extra little spray It's so quick and easy. And now my quilt is basted together, front and back, absolutely flat as a pancake. We're good to go. Now, yes, of course, for quilts, it's amazing. It's brilliant stuff for basting your quilt together. And I've used basting spray for queen and king size quilts. So it's not just for small projects, but it really comes into its own with things like bags and smaller projects as well, where you wouldn't want to have to start pinning together the front and back on a bag if you were quilting it. Just a quick spritz, it's literally 30 seconds. Your pieces are all together and you can jump straight to the sewing machine. The next best thing is, of course, that when you do go to said sewing machine, and I've got my 570 here, when you do go to your sewing machine and you're quilting, you can just quilt. You haven't got that niggling feeling in the back of your mind thinking, I've got loads of safety pins in this, I don't want to hit a pin. Oh, there's a pin there, I need to try and avoid that. So you start quilting away from it and suddenly your creativity is being dictated to by all the safety pins that are in your... It is a clean, flat, unblemished surface. There isn't even any hand basting to worry about, because if you machine sew through hand basting, it's the absolute devil to try and unpick and get out. So quilt basting spray really is the smart way to put your quilt together and to get it ready for quilting. Highly recommend it. I'm going to leave that one with you. It's really, really popular. £11.99 a can today instead of £13.99, so I would multi-buy that. My Facebook is frozen, so while I read the menu, I'm going to have a little jiggle with that. Let's do our menu and see what's coming up. Okay, so first off, 8 a.m, super excited. Clare Donnelly, the owner of Native Lighting, is here with a whole smorgasbord of every lighting solution we could possibly need, and then some. Amazing show with some amazing deals. At 9 o'clock, my mate Suzie Duncan's here with Quilt As You Go project bags from June Taylor. These are gorgeous, absolutely fab. Love a bit of vinyl. And then at 10 o'clock, we've got fabulous fabrics. Now, let me just give you a quick heads up. We have got the most divine, and I mean the kind of fabric that made me squeal. I've got it out my system, don't worry, I won't do it on air. But it literally made me squeal with joy. It is so beautiful, printed, like floral, tropical birds on velvet. It is divine. It is divine. We've also got my shopping. We've also got my old bag. An old bag that I designed. It's lovely. At 11 o'clock, we've got the 10-inch charm-friendly rag quilt with Suzie Duncan. That is so snuggly. Yummy. And the easiest quilt you'll ever make. You construct it, you quilt it all in one go. And then at 12 o'clock, sewing room tools. Loads of good stuff in that hour. So, everything to play for, as they say. All right, now don't forget, in order to shop with us, you need to go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com, or you can ring our UK-based call centre and speak to somebody there. If you go onto the website, there we are, click on Watch Live, and then you can send us a little message if you'd like. You can also then scroll down and see our early bird and also what's coming up in today's shows. Now check out all of this native lighting goodness. Fabulous stuff. And of course the really good news is that when Clare is here, we get split pays on absolutely everything native lighting. Even the clip-on light, which is $24.99, you get split pays on that. So native lighting is never more affordable than when Clare is here. It's a great opportunity to take advantage. There are Suzie Duncan's project bags. You've got lovely tools. We've got the most amazing fabrics coming up very, very shortly. Look at these. These are printed velvets. Hello, hello, hello. That one is for me. Absolutely gorgeous. I did ask actually Adam Brooks if he would make me a jacket, velvet jacket for Christmas, and he rather stupidly said yes, or generously, but I mean I'm not going to ask him to do it, but I wouldn't take advantage, but bless him. Beautiful fabric bundles coming up. We've got charm packs coming up. This is all in our fabulous fabrics hour. Some wonderful solids bundles as well. There's my Joy to the World bag panel. Yeah, we have also got a range of fabric called Peach on Earth, which is a particular favourite of mine. Love that. There's Susie's rag quilt. You can do a blue and tan version. There's a cave version. We've got all kinds of lovely things. And then we've also got the wonderful June Taylor Magic pins coming up. That's at 12 o'clock. So if you want to jump ahead onto the web and get any of those items, then by all means do. But listen, this hour is really about native lighting, and native lighting means Clare Donnelly. Good morning.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
First time meeting you.
I know. It's the
How's it been so far?
I know. It's been lovely.
Ah, bless you. We've got Claire she wanted an easel. We got her an easel. We've got everything going on today. We've got so many fabulous products, haven't we?
We have, yes.
And we are going to start with just a fabulous product, which I think everybody wants and needs. This is the white floor lamp, which you have over there, right, Claire?
I do, yeah.
Tell me about the Lumina floor lamp.
Okay, so this is our most popular product. The reason why this is such a good product is because it may be that sometimes you're working in a chair, or sometimes you're working at a table with your sewing machine, or maybe on some kind of project. And this is ideal because you can move it between the two. Okay. So if you are at the desk, then you can obviously just put it to the desk and then have the light over the desk. Mm-hmm. Or if you're then sat in the chair, then you can sit in the chair and then you can angle the light over you in the chair.
I've never seen such manoeuvrable lighting.
Yeah. So that's a big part of native lighting, really. And when we set native lighting up, we took into account all the things that people had told us about the lights that were on the market currently. And the biggest thing was my light never stays where I want it, and I can never get the light where I need it. Mm-hmm. So that's why we brought this gooseneck into play, and nearly all of our products have got a gooseneck where they can have them. And it stays. We have them reinforced, so it stays, so you don't ever get knocked on the head.
They are strong, aren't they? I've found that. I mean, they're easy to position, but then they absolutely stay exactly where you put them.
Where they need to be, yeah. They've also got a really slim base, which if I just lift that up and put it onto the desk there, you can see that it's a really slim base here. So if you need to be able to put it underneath your sofa, then it will. And a lot of the sofas these days don't have much of a gap, but you can.
Or I'm thinking a divan bed.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
They are often almost to the floor, aren't they?
Yeah. So it's only about 2 centimeters the depth of this as well. So they're really easy to put together. When they come, you just have to screw on the base. And then this part is all one, and then you just put that bit into the pole as well. Do I need tools? No tools at all. So just basically put the base on and then join these two poles together, and that's all you need to do.
Fantastic.
On that one. So you get. Let me just plug it in. Sorry, I pulled it apart by.
No, not at all.
On the
This is the white one that Claire's showing us. If you want the white one, the details are on screen. It's $119.99. You can have 3 split pays of $39.99 and take advantage of those. We only have split pays on everything when Claire is here, so I would go for that. However, I'm going to stick my gooseneck out here now, okay. Claire, and I'm going to say, hold up, don't buy the white one unless you really, really want the white one, which is gorgeous and would fit in if white's your thing, because we've got the black one as well, haven't we? And we're doing something a bit special with the black one.
We are doing something a bit
special. Why
Why
are we doing something special with the black one, Claire?
Because we're just changing all of our packaging at the moment, so we're just aligning everything to be the same, and we've now found the style that works for the packaging. And we've got a lot of the black ones in our old style packaging, so we want to get those sold so we can start to have the new packaging.
That's starting to sound like a discount to me, Claire. What do you think, guys? Today only, $99.99 for the black. Now this is the most popular product that Native Lighting do. This is the one that everybody wants and needs. We can all find multiple reasons why we need this. Next to our armchair when we're reading or sewing or knitting, crochet, positioned at our desk when we're machine sewing or quilting. when we're painting, colouring in, doing our paper crafting and we need some extra light? What about in the bedroom, tucked under the bed, where we want a little bit of extra lighting so that we can carry on reading our book or writing our diaries? Who does that still? I've got a good friend who writes a page every single day, and she has done since about 1962.
Really?
Yeah, every day.
Amazing.
She's got diaries for a whole... But in your bedroom, there's the lighting, $99.99, and you still get split pays, £33.33. Now, Trisha's got in touch, who's in Warwickshire, who says, morning both. I have one of these. I can use it in my lounge and detract the light away from the TV while my husband is watching. Brilliant.
Yeah, that's another big thing that we, obviously, when we were designing this, taking into account that lots of people said, I can't use my light because people complain it's too bright and glary in the room and it affects the television. So what we say is if you're sat in a chair, literally bend it right down to where you are. And then if I just put that on, you can then see that you just get the light where you are. So if I go over here, there's no light other than where you are.
Let's just dim the lights for a second, actually, so you can see at home just how that light is concentrated exactly where we need it.
So there, you can see my hand underneath.
Oh, they won't dim.
They won't
The
dim.
lights won't dim.
Oh.
Apparently there's a technical issue.
Oh, okay.
It's never a technical issue with your lights, but with ours,
With yours there
apparently
is.
so.
And you've got 25 different colour settings on this lamp.
Oh.
So there is actually 5 different colours. So you've on the controls here, you've got colour. So if you just scroll through and you can see the different colours there. So there's 5. So you've got warm light, cool light and daylight. And then each setting has 5 different brightnesses. So then that's on the brightest one there.
That's awesome. So that daylight light is the one that I would probably find most useful,
Yes.
especially when I'm doing things like, you think about crochet or tapestry.
Colour
or fair art.
matching.
Yes.
Yeah, anything that you're doing with colours and you want to match the colours, then you'd always use your daylight setting. But some people don't always want to have the big bright daylight setting. You know, maybe they want to have this on in the lounge and have it on as an ambient lighting, so that the warm light then when you finished doing whatever you're crafting that you're doing at the time is really nice to then have that on there. And then you also get a remote control with them as well. So the remote control comes with them. And there's a few extra features on the remote control. So you've got your on and off button there. You've got a timer for 60 seconds and 10 minutes, which is quite good if they're like, right, I'm only going to do 10 more minutes and then I'm stopping. So once the light goes out, you need to stop.
Oh, every crafter says that, but we never say it once. We say it about 10 times, don't we? 4 more rows and then I'm going to bed.
Then I'm going to bed. Then you've got your brightness buttons here, your plus and your minus, your colour buttons. Then you've got a percentage for your brightness here, 20, 50, 100. And then if you don't want to scroll through all the colours, then you can just pick the colours on here. So you've got warm. Mix is actually daylight and then cool. But it's also got a smart technology, which means that whatever setting you've been working with, when you switch it back on, it will remember that.
Oh, that's cool.
Particularly if you're colour matching, that's really good, so that you don't then change the colours, so you know exactly the colour that you had on the light means it will be exactly the same when you switch it back on.
That is very cool. We have a question for you from Anna, who's in Norfolk, my old stomping ground. Good morning, Stuart and Claire. How tall is the lamp, and can it be used as a normal uplighter or floor lamp?
Yes, it can.
Yeah.
Yes. And then the beauty of this is you can choose the light that you like out of those 25 settings. So yeah, you can. People do sometimes use them like that to light things up as well. So it doesn't have to be just used, obviously, for craft, because we're on Sewing Street. Lots of people do use them for reading and just to have as a nice light in the lounge.
Well, I was going to say, it's just a very attractive and very discreet light as well, isn't it? You could have that in a room and you'd barely notice it.
Shall we measure it?
Let's measure it. I have my tape measure.
I don't always remember them all off by heart. So.
Yeah. Do you want me to do the honours?
Yes.
If you grab hold of that, I'll go...
So if you were having it like this, as it up like that.
Right to the top. So that is our 60. And then I think there's about 8 more inches. So call it 68.
68, if you were having it like that.
Inches.
And then most people that would use it like this, really. So if you wanted some idea of what the height is from there.
Thank you.
It would be...
From there, it's about About 55.
About 55.
About 55 inches. But what's lovely about the light for me, I think, is that I can use it when I'm perhaps sitting on the floor. I don't do that so much now because I can't get up again. But in my chair, at my desk, the kitchen work surface is higher. I sometimes sit on a stool and work there. I can position the same light there. I can be standing up. I could be lying in bed. It's a light that will do it all, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And that's the thing, you know, you can bend it and position it to wherever you need it to be, really.
Now, why, just from a sort of like health point of view and just a general well-being and enjoying our craft, why is good lighting so important?
So it's really important to obviously not strain your eyes. So that's a key thing. And what a lot of people do say is when they've used our lights is that they can do what they love for longer in more comfort. So, you know, obviously just be careful that you're not in really bad light and trying to read or trying to sort of like focus really hard, because that can then in turn create headaches. And obviously lots of other issues with sore eyes as well.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that I find, Claire, as well, is if I'm not yet at the stage where I need reading glasses. I've got my general glasses and contact lenses, but I don't need extra reading glasses. But I do sometimes find that I'm struggling, especially with things like maybe written instructions, small instructions, fine print. What I've done in the past is to grab my phone and actually shine light because it's not that it's too small. I need better lighting for smaller print.
And that's what I say to a lot of people. They're like, oh, I definitely need a magnifier. And I'm like, try a really good quality light first and you'll be really surprised what difference that actually makes.
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, you just need that light to get the information to your brain. Well, we absolutely love native lighting here. This is an amazing day to get involved with native lighting, because everything native lighting, when Claire is here, is on split pay. So you can get split pay on everything, including our amazing floor lamp, which should normally be $119.99, but the black version today, only today, $99.99. Lots of you getting involved with that. Now let's do the 2-in-1 travel lamp.
Right, okay, this is another favourite.
Take advantage of that split pay.
Okay, this is another favourite. Right, so this little one is a 2-in-1 travel lamp, and you've got two things here. So you've got a torch, so you tap the torch twice and then you can see, and it does really go quite a long way. I know John says that he shines it into the woods at the back of his when he's looking for his cats. So he says it does really shine a real long way. So just double tap that to go off. And then you've also got a nice little desk lamp as well. So on this one, you've got 3 colours. You've got warm light, cool light and daylight. And then each one has a dimmer. It's got a continuous dimmer, this one. So you just keep your finger on it and then it will dim right down. Then if you want to go to the next colour, take your finger off and then it will dim back up. So this has got 9 settings on it, this one.
Amazing.
It's rechargeable. And it's one of the new style recharging, the C chargers, which is a lot quicker as well. So it charges much quicker. So it takes 2 to 3 hours to charge, and it will last, depending on the level of brightness you pick, it will last between 3 and 5 hours.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And also, I just want to actually ask you about sort of power usage with native lighting. The expensive thing to run is always, it's the bulbs, isn't it?
They use a lot more energy bulbs. LEDs are much more cost effective.
So yours aren't bulbs, yours are LEDs.
They're LEDs. All native lighting is LEDs, and they're much more cost effective. And we have a large range of USB powered and rechargeable lamps, which use much less energy, because you can power these up, and then when you're using them, they'll last for 4 or 5 hours, and then they're not plugged into the mains.
Right.
And also, if you have a USB product, you can either put it into your sewing machine if you've got a USB port, or into a laptop or a computer.
Oh gosh, of course you can.
And so you're not actually powering another product, so that's less electricity to use that way.
That's so clever.
So yeah.
We're all starting to think about that in ways we didn't, aren't we, 6 months ago? I'm so much more conscious about, do I need to leave this on? Shall I turn it off?
100%.
Or, you know, other ways. And I think, as you said, the LED, that is a significantly lower cost
Yes.
than running a normal light, even one of these energy-saving light bulbs.
Yeah, it's just the wattage that they use is a lot less.
Yeah, amazing, amazing. Another message for us, for you, I think. I have this 2-in-1. It goes in my travel bag, it sits on the side of my bed, and I didn't know it dimmed. Must go and have a play. It's amazing. Carolyn in the West Midlands. Another message. It's all in the manual, but who reads that, eh? I have a collection of native lighting. The clamp on the lumina, the clamp on Illumina, the torch, the reverse lamp, and the 3-in-1 magnifying lamp. They are brilliant. Laurie, you're a fan.
Oh, wow.
You're a fan. But I think this is what we hear so often, that people try native lighting and that's it, then they're hooked. And it's the next product.
And I think because they're a considered purchase as well, a lot of people sometimes will go for a smaller one to start with and then think, wow, it's made such a difference, then they want to build up and everything. And another thing to mention is that all of our lights are 2-year guarantee as well.
That's fantastic.
So any issues, we have a very, very low return rate, but if there ever is any issues, then just contact Sewing Street and it's no quibble, it'll be immediately replaced.
Awesome. I was at home the other day. I don't know if this happened around the country, but Charlie was in the bath. I was downstairs cooking dinner, a very traditional couple, and suddenly all the lights went out.
Yeah.
Now that happens sometimes, doesn't it? But like when you're in the bath, not good. When you're cooking, not good.
No.
And they didn't just come back on again.
Oh no.
It was about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank goodness I had my, where is it now? Charlie was playing with it earlier on. There it is. Yes. No, I had the reverse light. Thank goodness, because I popped that on and that was it, fine. I could carry on cooking, grabbed a torch upstairs for Charlie. But of course, and Charlie said to me at that point, well, we're going to be having a lot more of these power cuts because of the whole sort of, energy issues right now. So actually having some extra lighting, some rechargeable lighting is going to be more important for all of us.
Yeah, definitely. And that's a lot of people have actually said that's why they've particularly purchased the torch and the reverse light as well for that. So
yeah, exactly. Have them charged up, have them ready. And actually, there's a significant amount of lighting. I carried on doing my cooking.
Yeah.
I carried on. It was spag bowl, in case you were wondering. But I carried on. And
was you cooking on gas then?
It's cooking on gas. Exactly right. But and Charlie said to me, "Oh, maybe we should get more candles." And I was like, "Maybe we should just get more native lighting, Charlie. We're not having candles. Having candles. There's safety as well, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Night lights for children. As well, really, really useful to have because they're providing that sort of dimmable light, that warm light as well, that isn't going to sort of keep people awake.
Yes, no, definitely. I know Vix uses this in Maisie's nursery, so as her night lights.
Exactly. Absolutely wonderful. So let's have a look at the reverse light then, as it's such a favourite.
It's definitely such a favourite, and it always sells out, and it's not the easiest light to get restocked. So if you did want some for Christmas, then don't wait too long.
We've literally got 13 left. I need to let you all know that. That is beautiful.
So we're on the warm light at the moment. So while you have it on this side, it's on warm light. And then when you turn it around, it changes to daylight. It doesn't always show that well on the screen.
It's like a magic trick, Claire. Yeah. I love it every time.
I love the way that Charlie does it. It makes it look like he's doing it himself by going like this with the light. So it's also got a little handle on here. So if, maybe like you use it in a caravan or you're out and about at the night, you're at a campsite and you're walking to the toilet block, anything like that. So they're brilliant for camping. I know a lot of people are using them for Christmas and having like wreaths around them.
Oh, what a beautiful idea.
Using it as like a calendar as well. So I know that people are saying that's what they're using it for. It dims as well. So you've got buttons on along here. And then as you then just put your finger and run along there, it dims down. Yeah, there we go.
That's so cool. Like see, I didn't know you could do it like that.
Didn't know you could do that. And then you turn around the other way and you can do the same thing. Dim it up and then go back up again.
so cool.
It's rechargeable. So again, this one lasts for 8 hours, but depending on what setting you've got. But people say, oh, it lasts a lot longer than that. But again, it depends what setting you've got it on. So again, takes 3 to 4 hours to charge, and then you get up to 8 hours on there, depending on which
brilliant.
setting
It's one of my absolute favourites. I love the reverse lamp. We've got 10 left and 14 in baskets. So I urge you, check out those baskets. How many? 8 left now. 12 in baskets. Okay. I'm not a maths genius, Claire, but it's not going to work out well, is it?
No.
Really? Just be quick, won't you? And remember, split pays on absolutely everything. Normally it's £100 or more. We'll do split pay. But when Claire is here, special treat, it is split pay on absolutely everything. Now, Claire, we've got some new.
We have, and it's exclusive to Sewing Street.
Oh, this is... Now, I keep saying this is my favourite, but this really is my favourite.
This is your favourite.
This is ace.
Okay. So we had one like this in the past, slightly similar, called the Slim Lamp Flex. But a lot of people were like, I think we need a bit more light. So what we've done is we've doubled the length of the light, and we've also made it brighter. So this is the Slim Lamp Flex XL. Comes in black and white. And to turn it on, you just tap the end. And it's also dimmable. So then you just put your finger on there again and dim it down, take it off, and then it will go back up to the brightness. It comes with an extra little piece as well, this one, which is on here. So if you maybe wanted to use it for reading or wanted to get the light down really low, then that means you can actually come right down, and we've just given it that little bit of extra sort of reinforcement, really, just to make sure if you wanted to come down that low, that's what it's actually for. And also the other reason for it is lots of people use them as artist lamps on easels, hence why we've got the easel here. So to just show how it would work on an easel, again, which is why we've got this reinforced bit there. So you just would open the clamp it onto your easel, bend it into position, and there you have your easel lamp.
I find it incredible how flexible. That's amazing engineering.
Yeah.
That you can do all of that.
And then it stays where you've put it.
Absolutely, absolutely. It is so cool. You know, one of the things that I instantly see for sewing is that ability, I'm just going to bring this one across, it's that ability to be able, sorry, I need to come right across. I mean, not even know my positions. It's the fact that we can angle right over. So for example, often I want extra lighting right here to illuminate the bed of my sewing machine where I'm working, either pointing this way. I can I can have it over the front as well and bend it right down to position here or here. And then I can work at my machine and I've got the lighting exactly where I want it. And it's that long, I think 11 inches.
Yeah, it's no, inches. Yeah, sorry, it's I think it's 30 centimeters.
Yeah, so, just amazing to have that length of bulb is just brilliant. The other thing I noticed about this straight away, I have a big, heavy kitchen table.
Yeah.
And I often work there. The problem with my old angle poise lamp was the clip wouldn't go anything like wide enough.
Okay, so that opens to 6 centimetres.
It's amazing.
And it's also got protective pads on it to obviously make sure that it doesn't damage any furniture or any surface that you put that onto.
Absolutely superb. It's absolutely brilliant, isn't it? We've got the white details at the moment on screen, but we're going to change it to black. Absolutely amazing. So whether you're working at an armchair and you can clamp it to the arm of your chair,
or a table by the side of you as well. Workbenches in the garages. And another thing to say about this is it's USB powered. So if you've got a sewing machine with a USB socket, you can run it from in that. So again, you're not using extra electricity to run your light.
So it's just the power that goes into the sewing machine feeds the sewing machine and the light at the same time?
Yeah.
Super clever.
Yeah.
That's super clever.
And you can also run it on a battery pack. So if you obviously charge up a battery pack, then you can run it. Lots of people sometimes are doing like shows, exhibitions with their homemade products that they're selling. And then you can take one of those with you to light up your products, and then obviously just run it on a power pack. So if you haven't got electricity, then you can run it like that as well.
It's really clever. Personal question now. I'm thinking about getting, it's actually like a sort of a power generator, solar power generator that you can take camping and things like that.
Yeah.
With a sort of power pack that you charge up. Would it run off one of those?
As long as it's got a USB port
Yeah.
and it's generating power, then yes.
You can
it
do
would
things like charge computers, phones,
Oh,
that
yes,
sort of thing.
exactly the same,
Mini
yeah.
refrigerators.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I mean, things like that, if you go camping, caravanning, and you want to be able to take task lighting with you, this
you
is
can
absolutely perfect, isn't
still
it?
do it, yeah.
So adaptable. We've got a massive cupboard at home, really dark cupboard, no light in there. No light in there. The fact that I can take my native lighting,
Take your reverse lamp with the handle
exactly,
in there.
well, or the 2-in-1,
Or the 2-in-1.
or if I happen to be working, it's right next to the sofa where I often sit and sew. I can
Yeah.
actually just turn my lamp around
Yeah.
and illuminate it. Just absolutely brilliant. I mean, being able to move light around wherever you need it is another way that we can be, I suppose, more economical.
Yes.
Because rather than constantly like
Go into
switching
every
on
room and
lights
switching on lights, you know, take your lamp around
Yeah.
with you.
or if you're not lighting the whole room, then you're only lighting the area that you're in or working in.
Not having the big light on, as they call it.
The big light. Thank you, Peter Kay. Love it. Absolutely brilliant. I'm blown away by this one. The ring light.
ring light, we're going
Much
to do
beloved
that
by
one
the
next.
YouTuber and the Instagram. I need one of these. Ben, our producer, has one of these.
Does he?
He does. He does.
Right.
He's a bit of a blogger.
Is he?
Yeah.
It's used for lots of other things as well as that, actually,
Oh, for
because
sure.
lots of people that maybe want to make videos of things that they're making and doing tutorials and things like that. Right, so you get 3 holders for your mobile phone. So the reason why I've got 3 holders is that it may be that you're doing different social media channels, and then you can have a couple of phones in there, and then you just do it once and you can stream to more than one channel at the same time.
Super clever.
So that's the main reason for that. So you've got your on and off button here. Again, we've got 5 different colours of lights. We've got warm light, cool light and daylight, and then a couple in between there. And then we've got brightness settings for each colour. So that's on the brightest, and then you can dim it right down to there. Go back up to the brightest there. You can move the head as well. So this is what I was saying before about if you want to maybe do some recording or take some photos, or even just use it to work under, because it gives such a bright light and a big area of light as well.
Well, if you sell on Etsy, or you have a website that you sell on, if you are a teacher and you do tutorial photographs, things like that. I mean, the bane of my life. I've got a photography box. Great, that's fine, as long as it will go in the box.
Yeah.
Anything bigger than that, if I want to photograph a quilt, forget it.
Yeah.
And shadows are the bane of my life.
Yeah, so these are shadow free as well, so they don't create the shadows. You also get with it a little Bluetooth shutter, which what that does is you download an app to your phone, and then that, when your phone's in there, that will operate your phone. So if you're sat in front of it, you haven't got to get up and go and switch it on and stuff. So you just use your little Bluetooth shutter to turn the phone on and start recording or take pictures, and then you can keep doing it if you're not happy, and then you haven't got to get up and keep touching it.
Yeah.
And then it all comes in this. Sorry, I didn't put that on the. Tighten that up after I put that down. Comes with a protective case as well.
Oh, fantastic. So if you're filming on the move, or obviously putting it away when you're not using it, it's a lot of kit. You get the tripod, everything included.
So all included. And the tripod is very adjustable, so you can go right down to a really low level with this, and you can just pop it on a desk, so it's as low as that. But another thing to point out with ring lights is
to make you look prettier.
Say for selfies, it makes you look amazing, and it's amazing the different type of lights, how it changes how you look actually.
I know it, Claire? Don't I know it?
But there is other ones that something to be aware of when you're purchasing a ring light is sometimes you have to pull the whole light apart and replace all the different colour LEDs yourself.
Okay.
Whereas with this one, it's just a touch of a button to switch from the different
yeah,
colours
it's so cool.
as well.
It actually reminds me, I remember when I had some headshots done years ago, they were all awful. I just looked like a, you know, beach ball on a body, and the photographer said in the end, oh, I'm going to have to resort to my beauty light, and it was essentially a ring light, and as soon as she took the photograph, suddenly I'd got cheekbones and a jaw, and it was like, oh, at last, thank you. And I thought, I need to carry one of those with me at all times, but I'd only ever seen that used by professional photographers then.
Right,
but this is now lighting that we can all access through Native, and the price is incredible, $95.99. Of course, as well, this is just amazing lighting, isn't it? If you want amazing task lighting that's going to be shadow free, and you can angle that down.
Yeah, and I actually just use it in my office is north facing. It's quite dark, so I actually just have that light on in the corner of the room, and it makes it feel like it's daylight in there.
Absolutely, it is kicking out a lot of light. But remember, of course, like all Native lighting, it is very, very adjustable, dimmable, warm lighting or daylight. Lighting as well. So if you need to light perhaps a larger area, I think that's ideal as a task light in some ways.
Yeah, definitely.
As well as the traditional way. There are only 3 of these ring lights left, and I want one of them. This is the awful thing, Claire. I'm on air. I can't actually order anything myself.
No.
But there you are. It's not about me, apparently. All right, keep going through for your ring light. Now, let's talk about the wide lamp that I've got right here.
Oh, right, okay.
This is awesome. What I'm going to do, Claire, do you want to come down this end a little bit? And I'm going to move the easel back.
Okay.
And I'm going to, do you want me to, I can get rid of the sewing machine.
Well, actually, it's quite a good lamp to have over the sewing machine.
Great,
so I might just move this along a bit. Oh, put that on. They got really strong.
Yeah. This is the awesome thing, though. I mean, everything is so strong, so secure. It's just fab.
Just move that along a bit.
That's our Charlie. He goes to the gym, Claire, and he doesn't know his own strength.
It's like,
I know.
Okay. Actually, while I've got it off, let me just lift it up and show the clamp. So it's a different type of clamp to most of the lamps that we've got. So it's a really deep clamp, this one. So I think off memory it's about 8 to 9 centimetres, this one. So if you have got one of these really chunky desks, this would be the right one to go for. But also you get this panel on the back where you can actually then screw it into the wall. So if you didn't want it taking up the space on your desk, or if you haven't got a big desk and a lot of space, and you can just have it directly onto the wall.
That is really cool. I like that. So you could permanently fix it to the wall.
Yeah.
Imagine this, folks, if you've got like a sewing desk that you always work at. If you have a sewing desk that you work on all the time, imagine having that fixed to the wall behind your desk, so that you've got that massive light over your sewing table all the time. Of course, you can tilt the light up and out of the way if you're perhaps doing something like pattern cutting and you want to be able to lean over the table. But I mean, that is just, I love the fact that you can screw that to the wall.
Yeah, that just makes that one a little bit versatile as well. So you can angle the light up, you can angle it, it's got the gooseneck as well. This one is obviously really aimed to sort of stay over and position. But if you did need to angle it, you can, and you know you can turn it that way. Or you could have it that way if you know you've got something on a big cutting table that you want to sort of work on as well. So that's how that one works. So let me just then turn it on.
So then all controls are in that top panel.
Or on this panel here. So again, you've got 5 colours on here. You've got warm light, cool light and daylight. So on this one, it's called temperature. So you just press your buttons to change the temperature on that. I don't know if you can see the different colours going through there. And then you've got your brightnesses as well. There's also a timer button on here, which is a 50-minute timer. So it's been set to 50 minutes, so not quite an hour. So it's like, right, okay. And I think then if it's like, I'll do 50 more minutes and then the timer will go off. But the really clever thing about this is it's got an auto sensor on it here. And what that does, we can't put the lights down so we can't show how that works. But what that does is that tracks the light in the room that you're in. So say like in the morning it starts off really dark, then it will be really bright, depending on what setting you've got it on, so warm, cool or daylight. And then as it gets brighter, it will then adjust. So it won't be as bright. So it means it keeps the same light that you're working on all of the time, but it automatically does it for you.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I don't know about you at home, but what I'm finding now, I get up very early in the morning, so I'm putting lights, lamps, things like that on in the house. And then I basically forget that it's the morning and it's actually getting brighter. So around about 10 o'clock, I suddenly realise that I've got lamps on all around the house and I don't need them on.
Yeah.
This would actually dim right down.
Yeah.
Again, this is actually economical because it's going to use less energy if it's producing less light.
Not necessarily, because obviously it's still needing to use the power to obviously power it.
Right.
But and that's more a case of rechargeable ones. If it's on brighter, it will do that, because obviously the batteries held the charge.
Right.
So obviously you still have the current going through to have the light on, but obviously it doesn't generate any heat either. That's another thing with LEDs; they don't actually generate any heat. So they would obviously. It's just nice to obviously have that light working with you up and down in the day, particularly if you're going to work. A lot of people use these over their computers as well, because they just then are the right light for what they're working in.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. I'm thinking as well that things like for my long arm, I have a long arm quilting machine, and that having extra lighting sometime over a broad area actually really useful. That, you know, the better you can see what you're doing, the more accurate you're going to be in your work, for sure. Now this is it shown in the white. We do also have it in black. Now the white version is white with silver.
Yes, white, and so this part is silver, and obviously the head is silver.
And then on the black?
On the black, it's all black, but
all
you
black.
still get the same metallic black on the top there, and then obviously the black silicone.
Smart. Yeah. Again, still on split pay. Everything is today because Claire's here. It's a special treat. $39.99. Absolutely fab. All right, perfect. And I love that really deep clamp.
It is a nice clamp on this one,
And again, does that just plug in?
Yeah, this one's mains operated.
Mains operated. Perfect. Absolutely awesome. I love it. Okay, great. Well, if you missed the Lumina floor lamp earlier, we're just going to go back. I'm going to shine that one away. There we go. There's our web image for £99.99. Remember, that price is just for the black. If you're going for the white, has the white actually sold out? That's sold out, yeah. So only available now in the black. £99.99 is your price. You're making a £20 saving. That is literally just for today. Also split pays $33.33. And actually that price, $99.99, we checked earlier on, it has never ever been that low. This is the lowest price we've ever gone to, and it is purely because the packaging is being changed. This is the packaging that you've used for the entirety of your company, but it's
and now
changing.
we're changing.
But the light itself isn't changing at all.
Everything's exactly the same.
Yeah.
It's still very well packaged. It's just that we've changed the design of our packaging.
So if anybody's on the fence about the Lumina floor lamp, Claire, talk me through it.
Okay. The reason why this is such a good lamp is because you can use this if you work at a table. You can take it with you to the lounge and when you're in the chair, because you've got this bendability that makes it so flexible. It's a light that puts exactly the light where you need it. And what a lot of people say is, people have complained that the light affects the television or it blinds people in the room, so they either have to go into another room or they can't do what they want to do. So the light just stays where you are. So if you've got your project underneath, you can see that's the light there. If I move my hand away, there's no light on me at all there. So it's a really directional light, and it's got 25 different colours. So you've got warm light, cool light, daylight, and a couple in between. And then each colour has got 5 brightness levels. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there you are on the brightest one. And then if we just then go through all the different colours, you can see how bright that is. It also comes with a remote control, so even if you don't want to have to, if it's behind you, maybe working in a chair and you've got the light coming over your shoulder, then you don't have to stretch round to find it. So you just got the remote control to be able to change the colours, change the brightness, set a timer and switch it on and off as well.
So we can use a timer on this too?
You can, yes. You've got a 10-minute and a 60 seconds timer.
I think that's really cool. You know, I'm just going to put out here, from an ergonomics point of view, or looking after your body point of view, if you're doing things particularly like free motion quilting or machine quilting, I actually recommend maximum of 10 minutes.
Do they?
10 to 15 minutes. Personally, as a teacher, 10 to 15 minutes of machine quilting, and then you need to stop and just take a 60-second break. Just to roll your shoulders, have a little stretch, just stretch out, make sure you're not because you very quickly start to hunch and tense and lean over.
So set the 10 minutes, then the 60-second one to come back on.
There you go.
You can use it for that.
You can do that.
Yeah.
There you go. Absolutely perfect. And that will just keep reminding you to stop, take a little stretch, mobilise your shoulders and your neck, and then get back into it.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that. It's just reminding everyone, isn't it, to take care of themselves.
And also it's got a very thin base, so the base is probably about 2 centimetres thick.
Would you just show us the base again, please? And just in terms of the base, I think what's one of the things that's important to me about floor lamps in particular is stability.
Yeah. So it's obviously has to have a reasonable amount of weight on it to be able to stop the lamp from tipping over. But the whole lamp only weighs 2.5 kilos, so
cool.
It's really light to be able to move from room to room. It's really easy to put together as well. You just have to screw on the base and then you just attach this pole and this part, so really easy. No screws or Allen keys or anything needed to put that one together.
Perfect, yeah. And I love the fact that it's such a slim base, because that would go under a divan bed really easily.
Yeah.
It would go under us. You know, a lot of sofas now, they don't have that big space.
No,
it's
exactly, just a very little one now. So it's good not to lose things under though.
Modern stuff. Well, there is that. And also you do get a lot of dust under things, don't you?
Yeah.
So, you know, horses for courses. Love it. And that one's mains as well.
That's mains operated, that one, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Can I ask you in terms of things like the bulbs and sort of, well, not bulbs, they're LEDs, aren't they? Sort of longevity.
Okay, yes.
What happens if one blows, or
so you can never replace LED in an actual light when it's a sealed unit. So what we say is they last 50,000 hours. So if you say are going to use your light for 8 hours a day, that's well over 20 years.
Oh, wow.
And what we find is most people want to change the style before the light.
And that's for how many hours a day?
About 8 hours a day.
For 20 years?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I often say I'm not very good at maths, but wow.
Yeah.
When you said 50,000 hours, I thought, oh gosh, well, I'd get through that in about 2 years. But no,
when you actually work that out. Yeah, if you're using it for 8 hours a day.
I'll be nearly 72. Oh, gosh. Well, I'm not 72 now. Charlie said you don't look it. Well, clearly not. Great. 40, about 40. Yeah, about 40 apparently. No, that's really cool. And so, and if one LED goes...
Yeah, you can't, if one goes...
Do they all go?
No, that does happen, but it doesn't really happen that just one goes. The whole unit would stop working.
Oh,
but
understood.
I mean, LED technology is moving on all the time, and the quality of the LEDs now is so much better than it was when they first came out. So,
I
and we're very
it.
particular about the ones that we source as well, and using the lights that they are good quality. And that's why we feel we can give 2 years guarantee, because we are happy with the quality of what they are.
Absolutely. Well, you're completely in control of it, aren't you, as head designer? And well, it was really interesting actually. Claire and I were talking earlier on, and what I found really cool was how involved you are in terms of listening to what consumers want and adapting and changing what you make depending on the feedback you get.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think that's a key thing to our business is we listen. We go to lots of exhibitions, we talk to lots of people, and you know, if there's a demand for it, then you know, if we can get it and we can get it at a price that we're happy with, then we'll bring it to market.
Yeah, we were talking about new ideas earlier on, weren't we, Claire? But nothing can be revealed. Now, before you go, can we just talk about the mini USB desk magnifier, please? Because I've been looking down at that thinking, that looks rather useful. This isn't normally on split pay, actually.
So we have a selection of different magnifiers, and this is our sort of smaller clamp-on one, if you like, this one. So we obviously do like a desk. We do a desk one. Then this is the next size, and then we do a really large 7-inch one. So we've got a few different versions. So this is quite neat because it's not huge, but if you do find that you want to be able to move a magnifier around, this one is ideal for that. So it's a clamp-on one, and the magnification on it is 1.75. You can rotate. So you've got a wing nut here. So if you loosen that, you can rotate the head. So it may be that if you want that in front of your sewing machine to be able to see, you could actually rotate it to have it in front of the sewing machine. Your cables are, your actual controls are on the cable of this lamp. So you've got your on and off button. Then you've got a little circle which changes your colours. So you've got warm light, cool light and daylight on there. And then you've got minus and plus button. So I'd move that around a little bit. Did you want me to? Is that better?
Cool.
So you can be able to
that is ace.
see that. So you've got your different colours there changing, and then you've got your plus and your minus on brightnesses there. So again, 9 settings on this one. I must
confess, I've got a different, different brand, very inferior brand, right? That's got, you can actually see the LEDs.
Can you?
There's about 10 of them dotted around the outside. This is a solid ring all the way. That's amazing.
So we put a diffused cover on ours so that you don't necessarily always see all the LEDs as well. So that's what we do.
But that's so much brighter. That's absolutely superb, isn't it? You know, I found out, I've told this story a few times, a few years ago, I was really struggling with cross stitch, and I thought I was going to have to stop doing it because I just couldn't see the holes in the fabric anymore. And I thought, I don't want to start wearing glasses just for this. And I thought, I wonder if a lot of specific lighting and a magnifier would do this. Oh, it's been revolutionary.
Yeah, a lot of people say that. It's really nice for them to say, oh, you know, I had to give up what I was doing and what I loved, and since I've had a magnifier, I can carry on doing it. So it's really nice to know that it makes a difference to people. Yeah,
absolutely massive. The correct lighting, whatever your age actually, the correct lighting for a job is a game changer, an absolute game changer. What a fantastic range of lights. We have got a few others actually that I'm going to show you at 12 o'clock, but we're holding those back for then. I just want to remind you of the Native Lighting Black Chameleon. Absolutely gorgeous. There it is. Thank you. That's the desk light in black, which I think is very smart, beautiful. And as I say, I'll have a few other Native Lighting products in the 12 o'clock show. And don't worry, even though Claire won't be here, Split Pays will.
Oh, wow.
Claire.
A whole day.
I know, amazing. Well, we're just extending the love. It's been fabulous to meet you. And thank you for coming and sharing your expertise.
You're very welcome.
Do you know when you're coming back to see us again?
I think first week of December, I think.
Okay, but of course, remember, you're much better off getting your Native Lighting now, especially if it's for a Christmas present. You can take advantage of those split pays, have it paid for by Christmas or just after, if you grab it now, and you'll know that you've got exactly the lighting that you want, because of course things are going to start selling out before Christmas.
They are, and it's not quite so easy to get stuff as quickly now with everything that's going on. So, and it's like we have had some products that have gone crazy.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, lovely. Right, we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, I will have something completely new and different with Suzie Duncan for you. So don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting, to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hey, there I am. Morning, everybody. How you doing? Welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and a very special good morning to Wendy, Patricia, Christine, Marie, and Donna, and Sue, who have all said a bright good morning to me on Facebook. Good morning to you all. Mwah. Now, good morning to you, Suzie Duncan.
Good morning.
It's really nice to see you. How you
And
doing?
too. Yeah, good, thank you.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Bringing us not one but two amazing projects today.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah, loving this first one. It's the June Taylor Quilt As You Go project bags. These are super clever, really cute, useful, great fun to make. You're gonna absolutely love them. Let me grab them down and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So in your kit, well, I'll talk through the kit in a second, but these project bags are absolutely ace. So you've got an opportunity for patchwork on one side, and then on the other side you have got this massive clear vinyl pocket with zip. And then in you go, and you've got all this fabulous space. Now this could be for things like your EPP, this could be your foundation paper piecing project bag, this could be crochet, knitting, painting, it could be anything. This could be college work, everything zips up, just brilliant. Your kit actually makes two of these. Let me show you what we've got. So the first one I'm going to show you is the Gustav Klimt. So this features the fabrics that are here on this one. All right. So fabric wise, let me show you first of all. You get your Gustav Klimt sort of feature fabric. This is so cool. It features The Kiss, which is one of my favorite paintings by Klimt. Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. Reminds me of being at university. I had the big poster on the wall.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, gorgeous.
Mine were all
Then,
Renoirs.
beautiful, lovely. But yeah, nice. And then you get this red mottled texture. You're getting 1/2 meter of that. Okay. You're going to get a black mottle as well. And then you're also going to get a sort of creamy tan, which you're going to use for your lining of your bag. So you're getting 1/2 meter of each of those fabrics. That fabric's called nude, apparently. You haven't seen me. I'm definitely not that colour. Anyway, but then also, all important, you get your June Taylor Quilt As You Go project bag kit. So I'm going to open this one up so I can get everything out. I love getting stuck in. So what you get in here, now this is absolute genius. This is called Zippity Doo Done. Okay, and I remember when Jill was here and she was showing this to me. So what you've got here is you've got your zip, okay, brill, but then you've also got this fabric on either side. Can you see you've got a sort of fabric channel? Now when I first saw this I thought, okay, that's lovely, you've got a piece of fabric either side, but what I didn't see straight away was actually what you've got there is that fabric opens up. It's actually a channel. So effectively what you're going to do is you're going to put your whatever it might be, quilt sandwich or your vinyl or whatever over the top and then top stitch, and then everything is all kind of sealed, signed, delivered. You're done. And that's why it's called Zippity Doo Done. So in terms of having a beautiful, neat finish inside and outside your bag, it couldn't be simpler. You get two of those because you're making two project bags. You're also getting all your vinyl that you're going to use for your project. You're getting your instructions for how to make the project. But then, this is fabulous. You're actually getting some printed, it's like an interfacing. And you're getting square in a square, patchwork. So this is like a sort of foundation piece. This is your foundation. So you get a square in a square version. And then you also get a framed square version, or almost like a courthouse steps log cabin version as well. Plus your foundations for the top of the bag as well. Now if I just show you, this is this framed square version. Okay. And then you're also going to get your other version. Now this is in a different colourway, of course, but this is your square in a square version. So you get your foundation interfacing for that as well, and all of your fabrics included. I think that's brilliant.
It is.
Absolutely brilliant. And of course you can make more of these project bags. You'd need some more vinyl, you'd need some more zips, but don't worry, we've got that covered. More of that anon. So I'll just pop that to one side and show you our other two kits that we've got available. Okay, so what should we do next? The yellow? Let's do the Henry Glass. Okay, right, so this version, you're still getting your pack with your zippity-doo done, your printed interfacing for your patchwork, you get your viling. Now your zippity-doo done on this one is black. So where with the Gustav Klimt that was a red tape and a red zip, this version is a black zip and black fabric either side, okay, which matches our fabric. Fabric wise, these are the fabrics you're going to get. So you get this fabulous modern sort of spot print. That is absolutely gorgeous. You get a matching stripe, like a chalky stripe. Beautiful, love that. You get a solid grey, and then you also get a solid black. And of course you can mix and match these fabrics however you want to, so long as you sort of use them proportionately. You get 1/2 metre of each one of those. So full instructions, literally everything you need. You just need to add a reel of thread and you've got the whole lot there in your pack. So that is our Henry Glass black and gold version. Fabulous. Our third version is Liberty. Now this one is the one I showed you made up. So these are your gorgeous Liberty fabrics. How beautiful is that? And I'll just show you from the other side as well. Really stunning, aren't they? And this is all quilt as you go as well. So as you're constructing your quilting. So fabric wise, you're getting a couple of lovely pieces of Liberty quilting cotton fabrics there. This is beautiful. How lovely is that? Really soft and feminine. So you get 1/2 metre of that. You get this one too. Lovely little ditzy print. You get 1/2 metre of the blue. I think this is Cadet. And then you get 1/2 metre of the rose pink. And then your kit contains your printed violin, your vinyl, your full instructions and your zippity-doo done, and that one is in a navy blue. Okay, so those are our 3 kits. Now let's say you're thinking, okay, I really like the idea of this, or I'm going to buy the kit, but actually I'd like to be able to make more of these, or I'd like to use the zippity-doo done and create my own project bags from my own fabric. We've got you covered, because you can buy the kit on its own, and you can get this with your printed interfacing, your vinyl and your zippity-doo done in 3 different colours. Let's start with the red. So I have this one right here. So you're going to get 2 red zippity-doo dones. You're going to get your full instructions for the Quilt As You Go bags. You're going to get your printed interfacing, which has the square in a square and your framed square blocks on it. And you're also going to get your vinyl as well, and it's a really good quality soft flexible vinyl. The price there $24.99, so you can add your own fabrics in, but just keep in mind that your zippity-doo done is in a bright red. Okay, so that's our first version. Our second version is the black, so I'm going to grab that one next. So exactly the same as before, the only difference is you've got black zippity-doo dones, no fabric in this pack. Remember, you're going to use your own fabric, and you're going to need sort of 4.5 meters. So, or you could use 8 fat quarters, that would also work, and just have more fabric variety. So that's the black, and then the last version that we've got is the navy. We're in the navy.
It's better than Christmas.
Great, lovely. Really, these zips are fabulous. I absolutely love them. So cool. Okay, right. So those are our 6 options. If you're going for the kit with fabric, why not get yourself a kit in a different colourway, but just the zippity-doo, and maybe add your own fabric so you can make more? I think that's great. All right, should we go straight to demo? All right, Suzie.
Hello.
What a great project.
I know, they're just fabulous. And the fact that you get 2 in the bag means that you've instantly made yourself 2 project bags to use. They're just so useful, as you said, not just for stitching in all forms, but I use them. I actually use one for my book club. Yeah. So I've got all the book that I'm reading, my notebook, my book journal, and a pen are in there, ready to go. Yeah. So they're just useful for so many things. And if you've got somebody in your family who struggles to carry things around, because they maybe have crutches or a walking stick, these make really good bags to give them to put all their medication, their whatever it is, their glasses, everything, and that is all they have to then carry. Or you could put Velcro on the back of it and it can then stick to whatever they're carrying.
That's great. I also like the fact as well that it's flat, so that obviously I travel a lot, so I'm thinking instantly I can pack things in.
Absolutely.
This can go in my suitcase. And it is going to pack really flat as well. So if you're going travelling as well, maybe you're going on a cruise, lucky you, or you're going off to the caravan or anything at all really, or just over to a mate's, you can pack. Very nice.
Exactly. Great for an overnight stay for a children's sleepover as well, because they can put pyjamas in it. And the having the vinyl front means you can see everything that's in there, so you've not got to worry.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. So where do we get started?
Well, you get started by opening the packet, and the first thing I would recommend you do is to take out the vinyl. Now, the one thing you cannot do is iron the vinyl, because obviously it'll melt, whatever temperature you use. So I always undo the packet and lay it, and I actually store mine underneath my cutting mat on my work table, because that way it just naturally flattens. If you leave it out, don't leave it draped over something, because you'll naturally get a ridge in it. So it needs to be stored flat, and literally overnight it flattens out and you don't have a problem. Keep the tissue on the vinyl, because that's going to help you when you come to stitch the vinyl into place. It stops the vinyl snagging on your feed dogs.
So stitch through the paper.
Stitch through the paper, and because when you're sewing, you create that almost perforation line anyway. It easily comes away afterwards.
That's a really good tip.
Yeah, as we go through the process, there's another tip with the tissue that I'll share with you as well through making.
I love a top tip.
I must have made. I've made loads of these. They're just in every single fabric I think I've got in my workroom, which is quite a lot.
Fun, easy project. And actually, if you've ever been afraid to use zips in your projects, and I hear you, I was for years, I wouldn't put zips in a project. The Zippity-Doo Done is the easiest zip you will ever install. You don't go anywhere near the zip, do you? You don't sew anywhere near the zip.
No, I was told when I first started demoing in public sewing, I was always told, don't ever do a zip live because it'll all go wrong and people laugh and it'll all be pear-shaped. Well, these didn't matter.
No.
But it also means you haven't got to faff around looking for a zipper foot. You can use just your normal straight stitch foot. But it's a great opportunity to explore all those embroidery stitches that our machines have that we never use.
Right, yeah,
we just look at the manual and think, aren't they lovely? But never use them. So the next thing you want to do is read your instructions. So make a cup of tea, sit down, read them. And the reason you want to do that is, I know we're always in a hurry in this world, but if you don't read the instruction first, it doesn't make sense as you go along. You want it to be, you want clarity. The next thing I did was look at the fabrics, and then I wrote a chart for myself working out which fabrics I wanted where, and you've got these fantastic little diagrams that you can use as your guide. You can use coloured pencils if you like and colour them in, but make yourself a chart so you know what you're cutting, because that way you can best cut and reduce waste. I'm a great advocate for making minimal cuts.
Yeah, we love our fabric. We want any leftovers, thanks.
Exactly. So that's the next thing I did, and I did it on the back of the packet because then I've got it to keep as a reference. So once you've cut everything out, you want to treat your fabrics again. I mean, I always treat my fabrics to start with anyway, but definitely once you've cut them, you want to get that best press or starch savvy out and put it onto your fabrics and iron it, press them, so that they're really good and not, I won't say solid, but they hold their shape.
Yeah.
Because the one thing you can't do with these projects is iron as you go.
Right.
So you are going to be relying on finger pressing or magic seam wand pressing certainly for the beginning, because if you put an iron to this stabilizer, it's just going to shrivel up and melt and you'll lose your project.
Yeah.
So you want to make your fabrics as well prepared as you can to start with.
Okay.
So the first thing you're going to do then is cut your lining piece, and you're going to put your stabilizer on the top with the lines looking up at you, and then just stitch on the line round the square. Easy peasy, because I'm following a line. Yeah.
Perfect.
And I deliberately used a contrasting bobbin thread so I can easily see it, because later on that's going to be my cut line. Then you start stitching. So I'm going to place square one. Now the thing to remember is these blue lines that are drawn, and this is true for any of the June Taylor quilt as you go, the lines are placement lines, not stitch lines.
Yeah, this was something I had to get my head around when Jill was here. Don't sew on the lines.
Don't sew on the line, and don't get uber panicky about the fact that you've not made a line. It's not the end of the world, you know.
No.
There are no quilt as you go police. Jill doesn't come and knock on your door. So then you are going to be sewing as you normally would, so right sides together, and it is literally sew by numbers. So as long as you can count, you're good. So first one is number 2. I don't pin, but if you want to pin, you can. You can with this project. Some of the projects it's best not to, but these aren't particularly long pieces and I can hold it in place. So we're going to stitch 1/4 of an inch. Now it needs to be a scant 1/4 of an inch. By the word scant, I always had an issue with this when I was first learning. Scant just means that you're literally a hair's breadth from the 1/4 inch line. So my recommendation is get yourself a scrap of fabric, do your test to see where you're 1/4 inch, and then just either mark with washi tape, magnetic seam guide, whatever you like, just that fraction in, so you know you're slightly in. And if you do that, then you will hit those placement lines, as long as you've cut accurately.
Yeah.
But cutting is not a big problem because it's just such an easy project to put together.
And you could even sew that first seam maybe with a really long basting stitch, flip it back, and if you find it isn't quite hitting that placement line, you'll see when Suzie does this, then you can always make a little adjustment, can't you? Just test it and see.
But remember that it's not the end of the world if it doesn't make it. Your project will just be a fraction smaller at the end.
Fair enough.
So no one's going to mind, and you've got plenty of allowance in your zippity-doo done. You know, whatever size bag you're making, you will have the space to accommodate, so don't panic. So I'm just going to stitch down. Now you start and stop at the beginning and end of those fabrics. You don't need to do a fastening stitch or back stitch to secure. You literally just stitch.
Now Susie's using the Liberty version. Now if you want to just use your own fabrics, then the details are on screen for the project bag kit. Now that includes, remember, the violin, well it's not violin, it's an interfacing that's printed with the patchwork patterns on. your instructions, your vinyl, and your 2 navy blue zippity-doo duns. There's no fabric. It's been super popular, this one. And it's not just for making these project bags. The vinyl, the zippity-doo dun, the printed interface, it could be used for something else as well. Get creative with this. It's a brilliant opportunity to try this very, very innovative, very clever product, actually. $24.99, but a bit in danger, got to tell you, a little bit in danger. Just show you the Liberty bundle. If you want the Liberty bundle, which Susie's working on at the moment, that includes your kit with all those things in, but you also get the lovely fabric. So fabric wise, you're getting half a metre, these are all Liberty, and then you get your Rose and Hubble, rose, and Cope and Blue. Absolutely gorgeous. And you can make your beautiful version of the project bags. Remember, that's enough fabric for 2 project bags. How are you getting on, Susie?
I'm good. I've done number 3 as well.
Oh, fantastic.
So, and then you're just going to finger press it out. You can see I haven't quite made that mark. Don't bother me. But I'm using my magic seam wand to give that seam just that extra bit. And because I've best pressed the fabrics as well, it does make a really crisp seam. And the other thing with the seam wand, remember, is I can place it on the bottom of an iron for a few seconds, warms up the beechwood, and then it gives me a really crisp
okay.
move.
So we can warm it up and actually create like almost like a wooden iron.
Yep, without melting
How
the
clever.
stabiliser.
If you want to get yourself a June Taylor wooden, well, she calls it the magic seam wand. Absolutely brilliant bit of kit this. If you do things like foundation paper piecing for this project, very useful. Also a good tool for dressmaking. You've got this beveled edge to it so that you can get really crisp, clean, precise pressed edges. Also, I use mine all the time when I'm bag making for being able to go inside the bag and do that final pressing around the inside seams. You know, once I've added the lining to it. Absolutely brilliant. Our producer Ben's just run out of the gallery. He absolutely loves a bit of camera work. Let's test him, see if he's still got the magic. Oh, look at that. I'm moving it around. Can he follow me? Is he following me? He's not doing a bad job, is he? Well done, Ben. Well done. Well done. Absolutely gorgeous.
He might have earned his donut now.
Oh, he's already eaten that.
Oh, has he?
Oh, of course he has. There was like carnage in there.
There was.
Hundreds and thousands literally everywhere.
So I'm carrying on, following the numbers. And of course, everything's pre-cut. With this project, there aren't loads of pieces. I think we get to the 13 for the bigger bag, not 11, I think it is, for the smaller one. So you can label them if you're not sure, but to be honest, because they're different sizes, and if you've made yourself that key, then you don't necessarily need to label them. It's fairly logical as to what's what.
You're not going to get muddled, are you?
Exactly. So again, just press out at each stage because we can't put our iron on here. You want to just work at it with your fingers. It takes a few minutes, but it's worth it because you'll get a better result in the end.
And so what you mentioned earlier on about these being placement lines, and I think this shows it really well. So they're not stitching lines. When you push your fabric back, it should literally just touch. The lines. And that's how you know that you're on the right track.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
So if, like me, you haven't quite made it to the line, don't beat yourself up. You can undo it if you want to, but obviously I'm not going to today. When I place this, instead of following the placement line, I make sure that if I'm going to capture this fabric within my stitch width. So I can come back a bit from that placement line with this because I still know that my scant quarter inch will capture that.
Yeah, you're still going to catch it, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Well, perfect.
But if, for example, you'd got to there, don't use your placement line as your placement for your next piece because you won't catch it.
No. Well, I
And
think
you'll
if it
be
was
very
right back
sad.
there, Susie, it's time to unpick.
Yeah. Or
You're
check
using
your,
a half-inch
check
seam
your ruler
allowance.
cutting. Yeah. Yeah. So always just double check everything as well. And then, yeah, just carry on. So we haven't got many more to do, which is brilliant because it means that, say, for example, you've decided you're going to go round and have a stitching day with a friend.
Oh,
or
sounds lovely.
you're going to go on holiday and you just want to take a project with you, but you don't want to carry a bag for it because you know it'll get lost with all the other carrier bags and it'll probably end up as the dirty washing bag.
Quite.
Then this is perfect.
Yeah, it
for
really
that.
is ace. Well, you could actually use it as you sort of like, you could pop underwear and socks in when you were
Absolutely.
travelling
Yeah.
or something like that. Steph's messaged me on Facebook to say, morning Stuart and Susie, lovely bags you're making, much nicer than the freezer bags I use. Well, they really are, and they're sort of elevating your craft, aren't they? Love quilt as you go. I'm always trying different ways for best effect. No more octopus wrestling. But this
Brilliant.
is great, isn't it? Because you are stitching it to all layers, you're
Yep.
attaching your lining all at the same
Yeah.
time.
So if I flip it over, you can see that I'm getting these quilt finishes going on. I know I've used a cream thread, but it doesn't. You can use a different colour bobbin to your top thread to get the colour to coordinate if you want.
Yep.
But I quite like seeing
Me too.
the stitch detail on the back.
Yeah.
So choose your thread accordingly. It's up to you what you use, obviously. So I'm just going to stitch this one into place. But it's a really lovely project, and this would make a fantastic gift for if you've got friends that are crafty, or just anybody, to be honest, because you could make them up in fabrics that reflect that person and gift them for them, and they've got a fantastic, well, you don't even have to gift wrap it because it's a bag in
Of
itself.
course it is.
Put a bar of chocolate in it or their favourite snack,
Oh, I
and
say.
perfect gift.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed that you're going to be bringing gifts for everyone at Christmas. Or at the very, just bring donuts.
Just bring more
Susie.
donuts or the treacle cake.
There you, oh. Susie's the most amazing baker, brilliant. I just need to let you know that there are only 12 of the navy zippity-doo-done sort of minus fabric kits, all right? There's 14 of them in baskets, so there's oversubscribed. 2 zippity-doo-duns in navy, full instructions, vinyl for 2 bags, and your interfacing, printed interfacing for 2 bags. No fabric, you add your own fabric, but navy zippity-doo-duns. Really in danger, that one. It's very versatile, isn't it? Very versatile. Now let me tell you a few more numbers. The black zippity-doo-dun, so again, no fabric option. So 2 black zips, vinyl, printed interfacing, full instructions. We've still got decent stocks in the black. Now the black for me, I think would be the one I would be going for first and foremost, because black goes with so much, looks amazing with things like creams and tans and golds. I recently made some lovely placemats that you might have seen on my Instagram and Facebook. This would go perfectly with some of the leftovers. I'm having thoughts now, thinking how I could use those. That's in the black. And then in the red, you've got, again, 2 red zippity-doo-duns. If you're just joining us, by the way, the zippity-doo-dun is a zip, okay, with fabric either side, but rather than just being a piece of fabric, it's actually a folded channel. So the idea then is that you take your fabric, your vinyl, your quilt sandwich, whatever it might be, and you insert it between those 2 layers of fabric, so the raw edges of your quilt, your bag, whatever it might be, are kind of held in between. It's almost like a binding that goes over the edge, okay, and then you top stitch it in place. See, that looks rather nice, doesn't it? The red with the Liberty. Yeah. So if you're just buying a Zippity-Doo Done kit without fabric, red is, I think, the most undervalued neutral that there is.
Yep.
And when I call red a neutral, I often get surprised looks from people. But try putting red with fabric and you will suddenly see how red is the most amazing neutral. And red thread for quilting.
Yes.
If you're using lots of brights and things like that, try red as your quilting thread.
It actually blends into colour really well, red thread. I use more red than anything else. Yeah.
Interesting.
Use a lot of red thread.
Yeah. And yet we tend to think, oh, red,
Bit
that
garish.
would be really glaring.
Yeah.
But it's not.
No, I love a bit of red, as you can tell.
Awesome, yeah. I
Always
love red.
makes someone smile, red.
It's nice on your complexion as well, isn't it, red, I think?
Yeah, especially this time of year.
Yeah,
You need all the help you can get.
Oh, absolutely.
Cool. Although,
So you've
let's
added
face
your
it's nice.
last round.
So we're done. That's it, done.
Amazing.
Not difficult at all. I've brought in the other one, half done, just to show you. Excuse
You
all the
mentioned
threads.
embroidery threads, embroidery stitches earlier on.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking how much fun it would be maybe to add a bit of extra stitching.
Well, that's the next stage. So once you've done this, what you then do is stitch, turn it over, pin it your edges so that they're not going anywhere, and then re-stitch on that line that you first did around the square, because that will capture all these loose edges.
Perfect.
Then you can forget about it. Then you want to add any decorative stitches you want. Now that could be by hand, it could be nothing at all. You might want a metallic thread in there. You might want to try out a couple of fancy Nancy's on your machine. Do whatever you want. So I have done this. I haven't done sewn in my ends yet, but that'll be the next thing to do.
You are good, Susie. I just backstitch and cut them off.
Do you?
I do little tiny stitches and then...
Yeah, one of my machines does that automatically for me. But this, I've got a really neat trick that I was shown on how to hide stitches. Do you want to see it?
Go on.
Have we got time?
Go on.
So I
Always got
just
time.
need a needle, which is on my pin cushion, which I've left in the...
Oh, we can get that. Becky,
Yeah.
could you get Susie's pin cushion, please?
Sorry,
Thank
I've
you.
left it, and then I can show you
we'll
a trick.
do that.
But while
just
we're
let you know at
waiting-
home, sorry to cut you, Susie, I beg your pardon, but we've actually sold out of the Zippity-Doo Done in the navy. So that is the no fabric included in navy. We've still got the black, we've still got the red, but the navy one has sold
I hope
out.
there's a needle.
Absolutely brilliant. Here is your pin cushion
Let's
with needle.
hope there is a needle in there.
Do you know every
Bet your
time I need a
name's
hand
so
sewing
soft.
needle at home, I have to hunt
Thank
high
you,
and
Ellie.
low.
Yeah, no, there isn't. Can
Oh.
you believe that? Bear with me. I've got one.
It's a good plan.
Yeah, sorry,
needle
Becky.
case.
In my needle case, of course. I should have remembered. And you need a needle that is a sewing needle. You can't just use a thick needle.
Okay.
So that one will be fine enough. So now we've got the task of threading. Now when you thread it, what you want is... I'm good. Yeah, I found one. Thank you. You want a decent amount of thread. Can be any thread.
So we're burying threads that you've left loose, but we need some other thread as well.
I know, it's very exciting, isn't it? Now I was shown this by... I went on a free motion... to learn how to free motion, because that terrifies me. Really terrifies me. So I went on this course, and the tutor was amazing. And of course, I can't see to thread a needle now because I've hit that age.
You need to thread both up.
You do, which is a bit of a nightmare. So you can't use a needle threader effectively. You have to use your eyes, which in my case aren't working. Let's get there eventually. Oh. Bear with, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
But what I can say is, when you're doing your quilting, obviously because you've stitched the edge in place.
Do you want me to have a go?
Yeah, you have a go. It is big enough. Yeah.
I have a really weird way of threading needles.
Oh, okay. Go for it. When this is the other version, so this is your on point version.
Right.
When you're quilting it, make sure you do hold it flat onto your machine, because obviously because you've already stayed stitched the outside, you will have it will have a tendency not to be able to go anywhere.
Yeah.
So you want to give it that flatness to stitch, if that makes sense. But you do as much as you want or as little as you want, and obviously what you get is it on the back as well, which you'll see through your vinyl. And I'm going to, while you're threading my needle, I'll move on.
Got no chance.
So, I know, it's horrendous, isn't it? I have got a pair of glasses that I can use. If not, I can just show you and we'll do it without the needle. I
can only manage to thread one, or have I done both? Oh, I've done it!
Oh, you have? Oh, brilliant. Oh, well, let me show you that trick then. Thank you so much.
I feel 21.
Do you?
I do.
So you want to pull it through. So you've got the loop is the bit you want.
Okay.
And you put the thread that's loose in the loop and hold on to it. And then with your needle, you run the needle along where you've stitched.
Yep.
Just a few stitches. And pull the needle through. And keep pulling, and it pulls that thread with you.
Look at that.
Then you can get a pair of scissors and cut it as close as you can to that. Give it a little wiggle and it buries that end.
That is really clever.
It's so
clever.
you
don't need to leave like a massive long tail that you can actually thread through a needle. You use the loop of thread instead.
The reason why you need a fairly decent length of thread is because you will end up with it moving, so it just gives you leeway.
Got you.
And you don't have to keep
you just
rethreading the
capture
needle.
that through there, and then just turn that.
Yeah.
So then you run the needle down through your quilt sandwich, pop it out, and then
just keep
pull
pulling.
it. That is absolute
genius.
It is,
Isn't it? And it takes minutes to do.
I've got my money's worth.
Yeah.
Thank you, Susie. That's
right.
awesome.
So, well, it wasn't my idea. It was, I'm really sorry. I can't remember the lady's name. I will try and remember it. But it was a brilliant tip, changed my thinking. So the extra thing you get on your printed vinyl pieces, stabiliser pieces, is 2 bars, and they are your top headers for the back, if you like, or the zip side of your bag.
I'll just show that bit, Susie. So it's this bit right here, isn't it, that runs along the top of the bag? Because you want that to be the same weight as the other side of the bag.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It also means that when you're operating the zip, that you've got some resistance there, so you're not going to slide the zip everywhere. So you're going to have 2 pieces of fabric. One side is the only side you're going to see. So if you want to use an old, a pillowcase or whatever, then make sure it's cotton to match. And then you go to town on your quilt stitching. On the one you've just shown, I did horizontal stitching. On this one, I've done some diagonal 1-inch spaced stitching. And then you've got, on this one, I don't think the camera's going to pick it up, but I use one of my squiggle stitches. It's probably got a technical name, but I call it the squiggle stitch because I wanted to follow the squiggle of the vine that ran through the
I use it a lot
fabric.
for quilting. It's a great stitch, isn't it?
I really love it. So that's what you're going to do with the header. Then you come to your zippity-doo-done.
Oh, this is the good stuff.
Oh, the zippity-doo-done is just amazing. I'm just going to move that one out the way for now. As Stuart's already said, your zip comes with the zipper pull in the middle. Do not pull it to one end at this stage. Leave it where it is. As a precaution, if you want, just put clips on the end so you can't.
Because there's no zip end or beginning.
There are no ends as yet.
Think of this as zip on a roll. You don't want to slide that zip pull off.
So what you do want to do is to open up one side and slide your header in place. And you can see I've got plenty of leeway there. I do not have to skimp on my zip placement. I can leave an end either side. And you do want to make sure it's butted right up into that crease. Then lay that down flat. You can pin this if you want to, but you're then going to run a top stitch all the way along the fold end of your crease. So nowhere near this zip.
Nowhere near.
Nowhere near.
Hurrah!
I know.
So no need to change your foot. No. Do we need to use a walking foot or just a regular foot?
I haven't used a walking foot for this project at all.
Awesome.
Didn't need it.
Great.
And you're going to stitch that down, and then you're going to come to the vinyl.
Okay.
So the vinyl pieces, you're going to cut to the size they tell you. You get more than you need, and if you're careful about your cutting, you actually get enough left over that you could use to make a cosmetic bag.
Oh, lovely. What size cosmetic bag?
One plenty big enough to store your kit in.
We haven't seen how much I need.
Okay, you get a rotary cutter and your pins in. That's about as much near to cosmetics as I get, a rotary cutter and pins. But you can see I've stitched my vinyl in place with the tissue still in. So it's tissue down, so that's the thing that's sliding along your machine and feed dogs. And then I've just top stitched along the edge. And then the other thing I did was stay stitched over the end of the zip. Ready. If your vinyl you've cut to the size they've given, it will be fractionally bigger than your header, which means you've not got to worry too much when you're sliding it in and stay stitching. So you can then trim off accordingly to make it square. But I wouldn't trim it at this stage. What I would then get, if I could grab that mat from you,
Yeah,
Stuart.
absolutely.
Thank you.
I've been ready.
Thank you. Whoops. I've got pins going everywhere. So bring in your piece. So we're going to pretend that I've done my quilting stitches on this. We're going to lie these. Now remember, this is now the inside of my bag. I'm going to put this one on the top, and I'm going to be cutting this. Let's cut this now first. Just outside these stitches. If you cut on the stitch line, all your loose edges will be loose again.
Yeah, they will.
So you want to cut just the other side. So I'm just going to grab a ruler and I'm just going to make sure that it's as near square as I can do.
I was just going to say, don't cut. I did that the other day.
What's that?
I got about ½ a metre of fabric lying on the board, put something on top of it and cut straight through it.
You know, it's so easily done, isn't it? When you've got things piled up, or...
And literally, as I sliced through it, I knew exactly what I'd done as I did it. So it's not just you.
No,
if you're at home think I'm the only person that ever does that,
yeah.
Trust me, you're not.
No, definitely not. I've probably been there, done that, worn the T-shirt at least 3 times.
It's a fab project. This is a great project actually for a total beginner, I think.
Yes, it is.
You've got some nice simple piecing.
It's straight lines all the way.
You've got the easiest zip you'll ever install.
Yes.
If only all zips could be like that, eh?
Yep.
And, you know, you've got a great project at the end of it. You do a little bit of binding.
Yep. And the binding doesn't have to be as difficult as you think it's going to be, because you can't actually hand sew the second side because of the vinyl.
You're going to machine it.
You've got to machine stitch it, which, as you can imagine, for me, because I am a hand sewer of binding, it was like,
yeah,
don't like that.
I machine them all the time now, front and back. I never hand sew binding.
Don't you?
No.
See, that's my activity while I'm sat watching.
Oh, I love doing it, but it's just that time.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
I just knock it off my sleep schedule.
Yeah. Oh, well, the older I get, the less I sleep.
Okay,
you know, I think if I live long enough, I'll probably be able to get away with about ½ an hour.
Do you think?
Yeah.
So my next tip on the tissue front is at this stage, carefully pull away that tissue. Don't destroy it because you want it in a minute.
Oh, okay.
Because of the way you layer this, you want to
the tissue needs to be the other side when you're stitching. So that was my tip anyway. So I'm going to line these up, and you can see I've got a bit of trimming to do. So you can either line up the bottom edge of your vinyl or the top edge of your header, it's up to you. I'm going to go for the header just because it makes it easier, and I use clips to hold it in place.
Okay. So don't worry if your front and the back are a different size, you can just trim them both so they're the same size. That's good to know.
Yeah, I stopped getting worried. I get very worried about seams not aligning, but I don't get hung up on things not being absolutely spot on the same size, because I can always trim.
You can.
And trim from the opposite side, because the vinyl makes it very difficult to see. But also you don't want your ruler on the vinyl, because even though Creative Grids have got these non-slip edges, it will still might slide. Yeah. Remember, when you're cutting through your zip, you might want to use your scissors. It is a plastic zip. I tend to use, I've got a couple of rotary cutters that I can use, that I use not for my fabric but for things like that normally.
Oh, okay.
But you see the vinyl cuts so easily.
Yeah. Oh, vinyl's lovely to sew with, isn't it? It's so cool in projects.
But weren't you, the first time you used it, did you, I was scared because I thought, oh, it's going to be really difficult, it's going to slide everywhere, my machine's not going to like it. But none of that.
Just as a quilter, you know, sort of mainly dedicated quilter for many, many years, if I tried sewing anything like upholstery fabric or PU or something like that, or cork, there was always that sort of moment of, oh, can I do this? But, you know, it's all good.
Absolutely.
It's all good.
So the great thing now is, now we've got everything cut to size, and I'm using a complete random mix of clips here, but we're good, is I don't now have to do anything other than put my binding on. And the binding is just 2.5-inch lengths of fabric. With the Liberty sample I've finished that you've got, I actually used some leftovers and mix and matched. So I've got half pink and half ditzy.
That's really cute. Have a look at that. Look, so it's kind of rose pink around the top and then that ditzy around the bottom. You'd have enough to do the whole thing in one fabric.
That's exactly what I'm going to, I've got ready for this.
But it's just a style choice.
Absolutely. You
really
can do
cute.
It whichever way you want. And
love that version. It's so cute.
But I love using up excess pieces on scrappy binding like that.
Me too, because if you've got a chunk of fabric that can go in the stash, all the better.
Exactly.
I think.
Yeah, exactly. So you're then going to use whatever method you prefer to join your lengths, because obviously you're going to need more than a width of fabric to join it. And then you can either stitch from the back or the zip side and roll it across and then stitch down, or you can do it the other way around. So you start on the non-zip side, stitch your 1/4 inch, roll it over, and then stitch in the ditch that side. It's entirely up to you.
So I suppose what it comes down to is, where do you want the obvious sewing to show? Because once you stitch through, you see the sewing on the binding, don't you?
Yeah. So these, let's show it on, neither are particularly well seen because they're black on black, and oh, there we go, you can see it on here. So this I attached from the non-zip side and then rolled over, clipped it into place, and then stitched in the, literally where, as near to, well, it's not in the ditch, is it? It's literally against here, and making sure I captured on this side of the
but easy enough to do.
So easy. And the other thing is, if you're worried about capturing, instead of using a straight stitch, why not use a close zigzag? Because then you're going to capture whatever. that's the other way to do it.
Well, my wonderful deputy, Joan,
Yes.
she always uses that serpentine, that
Yes.
wiggly stitch that you were talking about. She uses that. Quite a short length, so it's
Yeah.
sort of, you know, fairly wiggly. But that looks gorgeous around her
Yeah, absolutely.
bindings.
Yeah.
It captures everything. It looks decorative.
Yeah.
And it sort of adds to the quilting as well.
It does, and I think you then, your eye isn't drawn to that edge, and
Yeah.
you're not criticising the edge, because we're all our own biggest critic. But so that is your project done then.
Fabulous.
It's really quick, and because you've stay stitched the zip and you've got it in the binding, you can't take that zip pull off, but you've got big areas to
Yeah.
get your hand in, and that's why these zips are so good, because they're really wide.
You're absolutely
Really
wonderful.
cool.
It's so innovative.
It is.
Really
Great
clever
project.
product. Really clever project as well. Just to let you know, the two sizes, you get a 16-inch square finished project bag and an 18-inch square finished
go,
project
that's
bag. This
16.
one's the 16.
That's the 18.
And then the 18 is this one right here. So just one slightly bigger.
Which is big enough to put a block in as well.
Oh my goodness, this would actually make a really good block keeper.
It would.
If we didn't already have the wonderful Suzie Duncan block keeper. Goodness
Which
me,
I'm bringing
the
back
very
soon.
suggestion. Oh good, I'm glad.
Yeah.
Love it, love it. I'm always talking about your block keeper. Now, I must just remind you actually about a couple of other wonderful June Taylor products while we've just got time. This is one of my favourites because I love her does more than one thing tool.
Absolutely, yeah.
And this is brilliant because I'm sewing on the go, or I'm sewing in small spaces at the kitchen table. Here, you know, we have a little alcove, don't we, that we sew in. This is the June Taylor cut and press. So you've got this fabulous pressing surface, and it's padded, but it's also quite firm. I really like that because I like a firm surface to press on. I don't
Absolutely.
want something terribly squishy. This really fits the bill. It's gridded as well, so that if you need to, kind of get your block into shape, shall we say?
Yeah, I use it for block
happens.
placement because you can easily put your pins in
Yeah.
and it holds the pins upright really well.
Yeah.
So it's really good for that.
If you've got a little, block which isn't quite sitting as flat as you'd like it to, give it a spritz, dampen it down, pin it out on your June Taylor cut and press within the grid lines, let it dry, and it will flatten as it dries. Really useful. But this has also got, look, a cutting mat on the other side, self-healing cutting mat, and integrated handle. So when you're carrying it to and from, you can hang it up on the wall. Absolutely super, this, for $49.99. Very giftable as well. All these things, I think, if you want to get a gift for a quilter for Christmas, fabrics, you really have to know someone's taste.
You do.
But a good tool like this,
Yeah.
and as well, of course, it's a consumable. Self-healing cutting mats don't last forever, so even if you don't need one right now, this is something again you can stash.
Well, the technology they've used on the back, rather than it self-heal, what it does is it's a material that the cutting blades don't actually cut
it
through,
Ah.
so you don't get those lines that you do on a cutting mat, which is where is brilliant. If you're an EPPer, I use this. This is my lap quilt. Lap quilt. My lap, it is a lap quilt. I have it on my lap, a bit like you have, dinner trays. It's a big area. I can use my cut all my EPP pieces, but because you're doing lots of small spaces, it's not going to ruin the cutting surface, so you can do lots and lots.
Awesome.
Which is, I just love this cut and press.
That
I
is
do
terrific.
actually have a few of them.
Oh yeah, great. Now the other thing that we've got is the June Taylor Quilters blocker, square and blocker. So this one is just a pressing surface. So you've got a board on one side, and then you've got a really nice deep cushioned pressing surface with your grid on it. Now what you're going to use this for, you can use this as your pressing surface. So actually this is wider than most ironing boards, so actually would be really quite good for doing things like pressing yardage, fat quarters, scraps, things like that. So you can have it as your pressing surface next to your sewing machine. But also another way that it can be used, and the way it's really designed to be used, was for those final kind of pressing, blocking, getting up to size jobs that we do when our block is finished. So for example, as I mentioned, if your block isn't quite sitting flat, you can spritz it, you can pin it out on your blocking board, use the grid to help you get it into shape, pin it out, and give it a little gentle encourage. Remember, fabric does move, often when we don't want it to, but you can get it into position, pin it down with pins all around, and then leave it to dry, and it will dry to the size that you've pinned it to. Also, because of that nice deep padded surface, when you're pressing your blocks, you're not going to get things like the seam allowance impressions that show through on the right side of the block. And it's also good if you're pressing things like embroidery, great for dressmakers too. All right, we'll leave it there. Suzie, thank you so much.
That's all right.
The first of 2 great projects today.
Hopefully. Well,
Love it.
We've had 2 already.
We really have.
2 bags.
We really have.
Cool.
Thanks for sharing all your tips.
Thank you.
Lots of emails and messages about your genius how to bury your threads.
Well, it's not mine. I'm just passing on.
Amazing.
But that is genius.
Well, that's the best thing to do, isn't it? Learn something and then pass it on. All right, we're going to take a little break, and then when we come back, it's a fabulous fabric. Trust me on this, you don't want to miss it. See you in a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery, and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and thank you very much to Steph, who says, "Oh, just noticed your lovely shirt, very retro but classy as always." Thank you, Steph, much appreciated. Try and do a bit of a classy every now and then. I'm channeling 1970s Dad. We're having Finder's crispy pancakes for tea, kids. All right, okay, let's get started. We've got some fabulous fabric in this hour. I want to start with something which is a bit on the low key, to be honest with you, but super useful. And it's brand new. It is this really rather gorgeous mottle in black. Now, I say it's super useful. Think about all the times when you want to use a black, but it's a little bit harsh. You know, a little bit too solid, a little bit too dense. You don't actually want black. You just want that kind of make your colours really glow sort of background. So this is almost like a marbled surface, like a mottled surface. And in black, sort of charcoal, it's really lovely and soft. The price is ace, £3.99 for a ½ metre. This would be gorgeous as a quilt backing. It also works really. Let me just show you what I mean about making colours pop. If I just pop some of these colours against the black, and you just see how they absolutely glow against that black background. I just think it's absolutely beautiful. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But again, as I say, you don't always want a very solid, very intense black. Sometimes you want something that's just a little bit softer, and this has everything in it. It's that lovely mottle, it's that charcoaly, really deep, but not kind of jet black. Very useful fabric, this. Just thought I'd show you that. Okay, now the other thing I wanted to show you is my brand new bag panel. And this is called Joy to the World. And it's my bag for winter 2022. And sort of with a little bit of more than a nod towards Christmas, of course, but it's a gorgeous tote bag. So it's a panel to make this bag. You've got this really big deep pocket on the front. You've got a little tab top for fastening. I've used a cheeky gold button there. And you see on the front it says, "Sew the most wonderful time of the year." You've got your little sewing machine and poinsettias, little candy stripe background. And then if I turn the bag around on the other side, you've got another enormous pocket there with a lovely deep opening and a little bird sitting on a branch with the words joy. You've got some gorgeous little stalk scissors there as well. Everything you see, you get on the panel. So your shoulder straps, and your lining in there as well. You're getting those. If I open up the bag and show you inside, so you'll see that around the top of the bag there is a facing. You get that facing included. You've also got a security pocket. Now, of course, this is optional. If you don't want to put this in, you don't have to, but you get this security pocket that you insert in the facing, and it has a zip. So it's a little bit like, in terms of shape and method, it's a little bit like the project bag that we've just seen. And you've got that lovely deep pocket inside. Also included on your panel is everything you need apart from a zip to make this cheeky little purse. So the most wonderful time of the year. Look, you even get the lining included. Now, the only thing you'll need to add to make this bag is you do need to add your lining fabric, because you've got that facing. That just means that when you open the bag, you're seeing fabric that matches. You know what I mean? And then you could just use calico for the inner lining. I've used this lovely sort of chartreuse green, which we do sell on the website, but you could use calico. We've got some lovely solids in this hour, actually. And then I also use that to line the outer pockets. But if I'm being absolutely brutally honest, you never really see that lining. So you could use almost anything for the lining of this pocket. The other thing that you would need would be some H640, and one pack, that'll do it. Now, we're just down to double figures now of this panel. We've sold hundreds. Lots of you have got this. And actually, lots of you have made this bag already and already posted pictures. So well done you if you've already got your bag done. It was demoed on Halloween, the 31st of October. I came in and did a full demo of the bag. So if you want to see it being made, then, well, all the important bits, you can watch that. Now, let me just show you what else you get on the panel, because that's not it. You do not have to buy a separate pattern to make this bag, okay? You do not have to buy a separate pattern. All of your instructions for making your bag, and there are lots of them, because let's be honest, I can talk, and my instructions are like I talk. So look, you get all your instructions, all detailed there, all right? So you get those. You also get, let me show you, look, there's the little purse down there, cute, nice. You also, looky here, you get little labels. So you get a couple of labels there that say this belongs to, and this one just has a little mitten. But you also get, where are they? Where are they? Look, there's another little label here in the corner. We don't waste any space at all on these panels. And then you also get some tabs. Now they are just over here. Okay, you get 8 of these tabs, 4 outer and 4 lining. And what they're for is, if you wanted to add some metalware to your bag, you could put tabs here and here with rectangular rings on them, and then put the handle through those tabs. It would extend the shoulder strap by probably about an inch or 2 lower than it sits currently. So if you want it to be a little longer, you can do that. Also, if you just wanted to add a little bit of extra kind of pizzazz to your bag, you can do that. And then the last thing that you get included is you get 2 key fobs. I'm saying 2. 1. You get 1 key fob. Well, you get 2 circles. Look, I'll show you. So here you get these 2 circles. So what you can do with those is you can create the front and back of a key fob. You could create a bag charm with a little tag to hang off your bag. You could also use those actually and create yourself a little circular coin purse or a little needle book if you wanted to. So be creative with that, you know, and mix and match. Now, I probably shouldn't say this, but frankly I will. You could also trace off those pattern pieces and then use your own fabrics to create more versions. If you like the style of the bag, but you want to be able to use your own fabrics, you know, well, I'll create more panels, you know, and it's always lovely to have a panel. But if you want to just use the shape of the bag, I don't mind if you do that. But promise me that when you make your bag and you take it out and you go shopping or for lunch or brunch or cocktails or whatever you people do, please be fabulous, okay? When you're carrying the bag, do it with style. Just like the ladies I met at Festival of Quilts this summer. I met so many ladies who had made my bags and who came to the show wearing them. And there were 4 ladies in particular. They were all friends. They'd all made the same bag and they all came with it to the show. And they were just so much fun. So when you make your bag and go out, please be fabulous. All right, I will pop that to one side. All right, lovely. Now then, printed velvet. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. This is just amazing. Where to start? Honestly, I don't know. Let's start with XK98. Right, so this is printed velvet. It is absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? This is extra wide. Is this about 55 wide? It's almost like a velour type. It's a fine flock. It's very smooth. 148 centimetres wide. I think that's 55, isn't it? Oh, I need to say good morning and a happy birthday actually to Sarah Jane. It's her birthday today. Happy birthday. Thanks for sharing it with us here on Sewing Street. 58 inches wide, that's awesome. Now, Adam Brooks, I hosted a fashion show in London last month, and Adam Brooks was there, and he was wearing a printed velvet jacket that he had made. It's actually on his Instagram at the moment. I fell in love with it. It looks so chic. Now, on a man, it looked amazing. On a woman, it would look amazing. You could do skirts, you could do jackets, you could do waistcoats in this. You could do hats, baker boys, bucket hats. You could even, it's soft enough that you could make a scarf. Now, you could make an infinity scarf out of this, and actually 1/2 metre. You could make an infinity scarf. To make an infinity scarf, this is what you do, okay? You literally just fold the fabric in half, okay? You sew down the long side length of it, but you need to leave a gap somewhere in the middle, 4 fingers wide, okay? Then what you're going to do is reach up. It's a puppet. It's not a puppet. All right, reach up. Okay, grab one end and pull it in, and then you're going to match up the bottom open edge with the top open edge. Yeah, and then you're going to sew around the top. This is when you use your free arm on your machine. Okay, and then you turn the whole thing through that gap you left. And what you'll end up with is this circular velvet scarf. And absolutely gorgeous. Imagine that with like a navy coat or something like that. Just absolutely beautiful. And that's just with a 1/2 metre for £8.99. How giftable is that? All your girlfriends, all your boyfriends could have a circular velvet scarf for Christmas. If you need a full tutorial, by the way, if you go to my YouTube channel, Stuart Hillard Makes, there's a full tutorial. I make it start to finish, but just give you that as a little idea. All right, let's move on to this next one. These get better and better. I've no code on this. There's no code on this, sorry. Nope. You got it? This is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Jenny Jackson's just got in touch to say, I loved Adam's jacket. It fitted me perfectly. I nearly stole it. Well, Jenny, if I could have squeezed myself into Adam's jacket, I'm sure it fitted you and Adam like a glove, but if I could have squeezed myself, I'd have nicked it, definitely. It's glorious. Absolutely glorious. Now, this is just beautiful. Look at all this gorgeous, intense colour. Absolutely beautiful. All right, absolutely gorgeous. Now, of course, for home decor, let's just talk home decor, cushion. Okay, so, I mean, when else would 2 squares of fabric sewn together look as spectacular, as designer as this would? For £8.99. For £8.99, front and back. This could be a big rectangular cushion. This is front and back. If I hold this up for a second, just so you can see, this is half of it. So this is big rectangular cushion. A couple of those thrown on the sofa. Amazing. That would only be 1 metre, because out of 1/2 metre, you'd get a front and a back the same. Now, if you put something like a twill or even a plain quilter's cotton on the back, you would get 2 large cushions or 3 square cushions out of 1/2 metre. I mean, what a way to add a bit of class to your sofa, your armchair, or to a bed or a bedroom. Really amazing fabric, this. Now, you could also use this for things like curtains and blinds, because it's non-stretch, it's very stable. I would still line it for sure, you know, because these are going to be sort of classy curtains, classy blind. So I would definitely line it, but I mean, you could use it for all those things. All right, next up, we've got EZ70. This is a knockout. So this is that deep forest, isn't it? You've got that jungle interior, and you've got a peacock, you've got parrots, you've got toucan there. Absolutely beautiful. Exotic fruits and berries. Ellen's just got in touch to say, I've just made a set of cushions using this. Ellen, was it this that you used? Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, when you're sewing with a fabric like this, it's a dense fabric, because you've got a dense backing, and then the fabric itself is also very dense. I'm going to hazard and say this is almost like a non-woven outer. So when you sew it, you want to make sure that you use a sharp needle. My favourites are Microtex. You want something with a slim, sharp point that's going to cleanly pierce this fabric, because it is dense. Treat it almost like you're sewing a PU, something like that, a faux leather. Not that it feels anything like that, but it is a very firm fabric, so you want a piercing needle. I would avoid universal. I definitely wouldn't use something like a ballpoint or a jersey needle. You do have to check, because it all depends what you were sewing last time you had the machine out, and you want to change that needle for something sharp. All right, these would also look amazing if you are going to do that sort of home deck, to put some piping around the edge or into the seams. This one I have now is QD81. And if you pick out a colour for your piping from the fabric, this will look amazing. So, for example, on this one, just let me ask the question, what colour would you pick out for the piping to go around the edge? Oh, Ben, our producer, has said I'd go outrageous and pick a bright orange. Charlie, director Charlie? Yep, the silvery green or silvery grey. I would go grey. What would you do, Becky? What colour would you pick out for the piping? Oh, a lime green. Nice, like it. Yeah, or like a leafy green. Turquoise would look amazing. Something like this, I think, would look Oops, let me pull that down for a second. That would look really good around the edge. So, you know, play with it. But I mean, these are really designer cushions. I actually bought a cushion made out of this printed velvet a few years ago from an interior designer shop that was closing down, and this cushion was in the sale. £50 in the sale. It should have been 100. It should have been 100. And it's about this long and about this wide. It's kind of like a long thin pillow, and it should have been £100. It was printed velvet on one side and faux silk on the back. We've had one already sell out, Rainforest. IP, yeah, this one here, IPC482. Yep, okay, that's sold out. Okay, I'm going to start passing these down to our Becky. Absolutely amazing. Oh, I'm going to just jump to this one next because this is fab. This is TS39. Now, I love a bit of animal print. There's only 6 units of this left, and I'd like all of them, please. Look at this. So you've got this little sort of, it's almost like a Dalmatian dot in the background. Isn't that delish? Lots of teals and turquoises in the foliage. But what I really like about this are the animals, the birds. So you've got macaw parrots, you've got parakeets, you've got leopard, cheetah, you've got the zebra, you've got a peacock in there as well. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Probably identified most of those wrong. That's definitely a zebra, isn't it? You know, interesting fact about zebras, you know, this is camouflage. And I remember saying it to the kids at school, and they were like, that's not camouflage, that doesn't blend with anything. Nothing's black and white stripes. But it's so they blend with each other, isn't it? So the animals can't pick one off because they can't see the individual animal. Very clever. Nature's so clever. Love that, though. If you had a room that was just very, very plain, cream, white, silver, that would pop, wouldn't it? Look amazing in a conservatory. Very nice indeed. Okay, oh, sorry, that goes with that. Right, let's be bold. Let's be bold. Oh, this ticks every one of my boxes. Just look at that. It's divine, isn't it? Absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. Jenny's got in touch again to say, I got 6 of these different prints to make cushions with one day. I absolutely love them all. Well, Jenny, I know you're saying to make cushions with one day, but actually one day is all you need. And you'd make your 6 cushions. Zip backed, envelope backed. You don't have to put an opening in a cushion at all, you know. A lot of, if you think about like cushions that have buttoning through them. So I sometimes do buttoned cushions where, so once the cushion's made up, coverable button on one side, linen thread, put the button through, pull it through to the other side, and then sew it through a regular button on the other side to pull the cushion in. Now those buttons, you can't take that cushion cover off. And a lot of designer cushions are made in this way. They're actually, you just leave an opening and then you slip stitch it closed. And then when you want to launder or dry clean or whatever you're going to do with the cushion cover, you actually unpick that little edge. You would take the buttons off if it was a buttoned cushion. You would launder or dry clean it, and then you would put it back together again. I know that might sound like a little bit of a faff, but ask yourself this question. When was the last time you laundered cushion covers? Because most of us don't wash them very often. You know, it might be a once a year job, if that. So, just saying. Oh, Maria's got in touch to say I've ordered the parrot and bird fabric to make a dress. Sounds amazing. We will need pictures, please. All right, 5 more. Let's go on with these. This one is TR53. So this is the same print, but on a turquoise background. Our producer Ben's favourite. There isn't a room that wouldn't go in. or colours that it wouldn't go with. Lovely. Ellen's just said, that's the one that I've just made cushions and curtains with. Was that the last one, the yellow? Amazing. Lampshade cover? A bag? What about a bag? I haven't even mentioned bags. Amazing. You could upholster a stool. What about if you've got really, really plain dining chairs with, you know, they have those drop-in seats sometimes. You can literally just pop them out, stretch the fabric over, staple it around the bottom, put a bit of calico over the top with a neatened edge, and staple that on. Done. You can recover chairs in an hour. Now, I'd like to say a special lots of love and good morning to Tony, who's in Wiltshire, who's recovering from surgery. We're all sending you really our very best wishes and lots of love for a swift recovery, Tony. Take care of yourself. Keep watching Sewing Street. We'll jolly you along. All right. Next one. Let's go with this gorgeous navy, BA09. So again, this has got animals. Oh, did I just see a monkey? Yes, I did. Oh, look at this. It's like being at work, surrounded by them. Yes, look at that. We've got flamingo in there. We've got exotic cats. We've got pigeons. Oh, look. Do you know, it's funny being somewhere like Australia, though, because the exotic birds are like pigeons. They're just everywhere. You have to get used to looking into a tree and seeing 40 cockatoos in the tree, you know, and it's just like, oh, well, look at that, though. On that navy background, that is stunning, isn't it? Really beautiful. That would be gorgeous. Excuse me. That would be gorgeous for an outfit. I've actually just got lovely Fiona Hesford from Sew Girl Patterns has just released a brand new pattern called the St. Ives top, and I've just bought it and it's for like an artist's smock. Okay, really simple piecing, would be amazing done in one of these, not as an artist's smock, but as a sort of, you know, you could wear that over a very plain kind of black t-shirt, black trousers or leggings or something like that. It would look incredible. Need about 2.5 to, well, probably about 2.5 meters, NX21. I do love pink fabric. I just love, and actually that design in the pink is just beautiful. Ah, just stunning, isn't it? So much detail in there, and the quality of the print is amazing. The clarity of the images, absolutely out of this world. Okay, this last one then in the printed velvet. These are almost like, I don't think this is, but they almost remind me of, no, actually, I think some of them might be. You know those carnivorous plants, like the pitcher plant? I think, is this a pitcher plant? I'm not sure. But I love them. Really gorgeous. But again, as I say, cushions, throws. You could make a very simple throw for a sofa. You just probably want about 2 meters, 2.5 meters of this, so quite a large piece. Something like a plain cotton or a minky, you know, a fleece or something like that on the other side. Sew around all 4 edges, leave a gap for turning, turn it through, and then top stitch about 1/2 inch in from the edge. I would add probably 4 big luxurious black tassels, 1 at each corner. And that is a really, really classy throw. You know, maybe if you've got a sofa which has seen better days and you want to just cover it over. I've got one more. OF04. Hello, hello. Ooh, that's gorgeous. Yeah, love that. That is fab. Tigers and cheetahs, foliage. Ah, I love it, I love it, I love it. Do you know, I have the best job in the world, don't I? I really do. Absolutely wonderful. All right. Let's do peach on earth. We've all been rather excited by this next range of fabric because it's gloriously saturated colour, but also the range is called Peach on Earth. peach on earth. Now then, this isn't a bundle, by the way. These are individual fabrics. But what I'm thinking here is, I'm thinking lunch bags. I'm thinking reusable snack bags rather than using cling film and foil that get tossed. Sandwich wraps. Have a look online for doing beeswax sandwich wraps. You basically soak the fabric in melted beeswax, and then I think you kind of pop it in the oven maybe. But anyway, have a look online for that. And then you can wrap food in it, sandwiches, things like that. This would be ideal. Shopping tote bags, market bags. Have a look in Bags for Life. There's loads of different projects in there that this would be suitable for. Let's do IV79 first of all. This is the watermelon. I carried a melon. I've never actually seen the film. Did you get the reference? Nobody puts baby in the corner. Lovely. Yeah. Oh, we're going to drop the price. Why not? Next one we'll do $3.99. Are you kidding me? For a half a metre. That's amazing. Think of how many. What about bowl covers? Again, rather than using cling film, it's just a circle of fabric. Turn the edge under, hem a piece of elastic around the outside, sort of pulling it tight as you go. For a bowl cover, do a set of these. This is YS75 lemon. Lemons. What about a set of coasters for your Christmas drinks? A limoncello. Oh, what about this? This is a gorgeous little peach. SN56. Peachy. Peachy. I reckon it's going to drop to $3.99. Oh, I say, can you see what I can see? Do you see what I see? Little peaches. Let's go bananas. VP98. Oh, I love it. I love it. $3.99 for these. $3.99 for these. Pomegranates. YC54. Beautiful. I love a pomegranate. I love pomegranate molasses. Make a salad dressing with that. These are literally delicious fabrics. Absolutely yummy. Like I say, sandwich bags, snack bags, things like that. The last one is oranges. What about, yeah, oranges. The fruit actually got their name from the colour name rather than the other way around. There you go. Oh, yummy, yummy, yummy. I know Ben's been very excited about Peach on Earth, mostly the name, but the fabrics are gorgeous, aren't they? Really, really fun. Right, let's do some fat quarter packs and pre-cuts. Okay, what about the batiks? Should we do the batiks? So this is a pack of batiks. You get 12 fat quarters in this bundle, and I'm just going to lay them out. As I always do, rainbow styly. And certainly kind of grade the colours. I love these golds. They are beautiful. I love only gold. Into pinks. Back out to green. Look at that. You've got an absolutely gorgeous array of colours there. Isn't that lovely? Now, $41.19, great price. But we can do better. $34.19. That's a great bargain. That is a great bargain. Absolutely lovely. Quite easy to pair these up and then use these for a variety of projects. You could make some little bags out of these. They go together really nicely. Or you could add in some solids. These would also be fab for gifting. You could split them up. These could be your Secret Santas. Absolutely lovely. Batik fabric, by the way, mixes beautifully with regular quilt weight cotton, solids, anything like that. I use batiks a lot, but usually mixed with other fabrics too. Right, next up, should we do the little blue and the red fat quarter? Little patchwork 4-piece. Red first. Let's do red. All right, these are really cute. Now, if you like the look of Liberty, but it's a bit out of your price range because it can be expensive, these are a real bargain, actually. They're little florals. You get... These are red, yeah. I can't see rose. Maybe just an image. So this is the red. Here we go. You've got your little floral. You've got a micro gingham. Here's another little floral here on a red background. $6.99 for 4 fat quarters. That's a metre of fabric there. And it's got that lovely sort of really traditional patchwork look. Absolutely lovely. Really bargain price and gorgeous, lovely, soft, nice quality cotton fabrics. I'll show you an image of the rose, so you could have a rose version. And let's be honest, a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. You get that little stripe, little candy stripe. Oh, I have got it. Sorry. Honestly, well, it is my fault because I was looking and I couldn't see it. I was looking and I couldn't see. Little candy stripe. Little ditzy, little sprigs, and that is gorgeous, isn't it? That kind of mulberry background. Super duper, really nice. All right, that's that one. And then we've got a blue version, all $6.99 for these. So blue, you've got again a little floral and a lighter all over floral, a micro gingham, and then that little, almost like a geometric, but the sort of little stylized flowers, but really pretty. And that would look gorgeous mixed with just some white solid in your piecing. Really, really budget friendly fabrics, those. Okay, let's do some 5-inch charm packs. Can we do Newport by Minnick & Simpson? I love Minnick & Simpson fabrics. They do kind of traditional, almost reproduction fabrics, but they just look lovely and fresh. This is a collection called Newport, which is kind of reds, creams and blues. You've got a mixture of paisleys, stripes, checks and plaids, larger prints. Love that one. Little, almost like a little zigzag stitch with little buds and leaves on it. This is adorable. Now I'm doing a lot at the moment with charm packs, and next week, actually on the 16th, I'm going to be demoing the twist and stitch ruler from June Taylor, and I'm going to be doing that with charm packs. Now we won't have these charm packs next week, but I'm looking at this thinking, oh, I wish I did. This would be one to get in your basket, get in your stash now. Now, when Hayley, who's our boss, produced the show with these on, she dropped the price on them. And as we always say, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So guess what? We're going to match the price. You're a rascal. But why not? That's better. $11.99. Stock up. You get 42 5-inch squares, by the way. This is a Moda charm pack. 42. We're very limited on those, by the way. Now, one other to show you is Garden Society by Crystal Manning. So, again, think about that show next week with the twist and stitch ruler. And also, you might have noticed on my Instagram and Facebook, I've been making some lovely placemats. It's very simple, 12 charm squares sewn together, 3x4. Quilt it, bind it, and call it a placemat. You're done. Makes a really nice sized placemat. These are lovely. Love those corals. Mixture of butterflies, florals, little stripes. This is cute. Little stripe with crickets, I think, or green fly. Not green fly. Grasshoppers. I was thinking that would be nice, wouldn't it? A fabric with green fly all over it. Smashing. It actually ties in quite nicely with a question that Steph asked, or a point Steph made. I wonder when animal print came into fashion. I remember it in films of the 1930s. So smart, bringing up baby. Well, I don't know, but I do remember a few years ago being at the Quilters Guild Museum in York, which is now sadly closed, and they had an exhibition of quilts, and I think they were all pre-1850s. And what I noticed, about 5 of them, they were all by different makers, about 5 of them had loads of leopard print fabrics in the piecing in various different colours, not all of them kind of natural colours. So there was obviously a bit of a fashion, a bit of a thing, like pre-1850 for animal print fabrics. You know, I suppose that kind of world exploration thing, you know, made that look fashionable. But yeah, probably always is the honest answer. They've probably always been in fashion. All right, I'll leave that one with you. Please, can we do some solids? Because I really love these solids bundles. We've got some bundles of solids put together by our Ben. Now, you know, I've said this before, Ben's ever so good at putting colours together. He is. Now, this first one is the reds and oranges, red to yellow. So you're getting 6 half meters. Now then, I'm just going to lay them out. And I wonder if you can just tell me what the colours actually are, please, so that you know if you want to reorder any more of them. What a selection. Now, this is bonfire night, isn't it? This is all the autumn leaves, absolutely gorgeous. Lemon, corn yellow, orange. Is it? Red, crimson. No, that's hot tomato. Hot tomato, red and crimson. Very nice indeed. Really glowy, isn't it? Amazing price, £20.49. Okay, let's do the greens next. So lovely teal. Now, I picked out a few of these solids actually when we were looking at the printed velvets, because they would go so beautifully with those printed velvets. Now, there are 2 of these green bundles left. It's been incredibly popular. So if you want the greens, I would grab them while you can. So we've got apple. No, mint. That's chartreuse. So we've got mint, chartreuse, lime, jade, misty blue. That's misty blue. That's jade and teal. Gorgeous. Although actually this is a bit more like a jade. I would call this jade myself actually. That's the colour of real jade. There's one left. I'm just going to sort of start stacking these together because I can't help myself, because I love all fabrics, but give me solids in a rainbow and I am a very, very happy man. Let's do all the pinks. Now, I would love a bundle in the pink. This is absolutely gorgeous. Let me lay these ones out. Oh, this is lovely. I think it's gorgeous the way pink covers so many different types of pink, you know. You've got some gorgeous kind of magenta-y, almost purplish shades here. So we've got blush, bright pink, coral. Oh, well, these are in order. Gotcha. Gotcha. What's this lovely bright pink? Is that magenta? Pomegranate? Yeah, that's pomegranate, I think. And bright pink as well. Or maybe that's pomegranate. Well, they're very beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Really gorgeous. So I'm going to put those again. There's only 2 of those left. Look how this is building up. This is a really good reminder that on the website we have got all of these shades of solids, and we do these all the time. So if you're ever needing a solid to go with some fabric that you've bought, have a look at our website, because we've got some amazing colours. Now this next bundle is a big old bundle of blues. Big old bundle of blues. You get 5 meters of different blues here. It's interesting actually. I mean, blue's the world's favourite colour. But what's interesting as well is that there are again so many different shades. Some of these are giving me Santorini. I'm also getting the Caribbean, but I'm also getting a little bit of the North Sea. Look at those. I mean, just absolutely. I'm just going to shift that one into there. That is absolutely glorious. There's so many, I'm not going to try and name these, but it's fair to say that we have got from the deepest blue right through to a really soft powder blue, turquoise. Look, there they all are. There they are. Cadet, candy, copen, cyan, marine, navy, peacock, powder blue, royal and sky. It is an absolute smorgasbord and veritable Christmas Eve spread of blues. It's just wonderful. Again, I'll just pop that there. Again, look at this, that's coming together. Oh, very happy man. All right, let's do the purples. The purples. There's 4 fabrics in this collection, 4 different purples, all of them beautiful. Now let's see if we can name these. So magenta, purple, amethyst and lavender. Do I get a prize? These, look at this. Can I just, oh, I want to snuggle into all of that. That makes me very happy. I hope it makes you as happy as it makes me happy. That is absolutely amazing. Loads of you coming in for the purples. Absolutely brilliant. For £12.99, you're getting 2 meters of fabric there, and you know, just lovely. The other thing as well is it's rather good to, when you buy these solids, just keep a little strip of them or a little square and label it. And if you have a little design book or in your diary or something like that, tuck it inside and just have a little reference. Because if you want to reorder, if you ever think, well, which red would go with those fabrics, if you've got a few little references at home, you can always grab them. Now this last bundle of solids is neutrals. This is absolutely, yeah, an essential. This would work really well. Now we have been talking about animal prints today, which Steph has got back to me and said apparently animal print can be seen in Egyptian paintings. The design was a show of beauty and power. And of course, cavemen and women wore animal prints to keep warm and show who was the boss. They probably weren't prints, in fairness, but I don't really want to go to where they really were. But I suppose they might have been justified in wearing them. Now there, yes, there we go. Let's grab out these gorgeous neutrals. So you've got a whole selection, lovely warm creams, ivory, white. You've got our greys there as well, and of course, black solid. Absolutely gorgeous. Here we go. So you've got beige, black, brunette. Gosh, this is like talking through the colours my hair's been over the years. Beige, black, brunette, cream, dark grey, I'll get there. Elephant, ivory, nude. Quite a lot of me is exactly that now. I'm talking head now. Nude, school grey, silver and white. Did you see how my voice became steadily older and white? I did my Mr. Brownlow voice at the end there from Oliver. I played Mr. Brownlow. Mr. Brownlow and Oliver did not say more. Honestly, that's Mr. Bumble. Mr. Brownlow was the lovely grandfather of Oliver. Lovely. Right, those are your neutrals. So useful. I mean, look, I'll agree with you. They're not as exciting as the gorgeous colours, but they're the ones that I buy most of, oodles of, you know, they really are. They're the thing that make everything else work, but you could actually make a really beautiful neutral quilt using these. All right, now then, yes, tonal design roll. This is gorgeous. Now this has been very, very, very popular. This is a tonal design roll. Now I'm just going to open this up so you can see the sort of colours that we get in there. These are 2.5 inch wide strips. These have been cut with a decal edge. So you're getting 2 of each. The other red one is down the other end, by the way. So you've got this deep claret. You've got a sparkling sort of azure blue, forest green. You've got moss, 2 strips of each, a sky blue, regal purple, a deep charcoal grey, sort of bark brown, elephant grey. I would say probably, what's that blue? Cyan blue, yeah, kind of inky blue there, aqua, a pale sky, sapphire, black, and then you've got a really lovely bright sort of Kelly green, you've got 2 lilacs, 2 baby pink, you've got 2 magentas, and you've got 2 oranges. So loads of variety there, absolutely gorgeous. In total, you're getting 40 2.5 inch strips from width of fabric, of course, about 42 inches wide. So you get 20 different colours to play with. Absolutely gorgeous. That would work so well if you added a couple of neutrals to that. You could make a gorgeous jelly roll quilt. Love it. Now, while we're here, let's have a little look. Yeah, we've got a little fat quarter pack. This is a great price. You've got 3 fat quarters here. Nice little neat selection. You've got a light elephant grey, you've got chartreuse, and you've got biscuit? Or am I just getting hungry? Sand? Biscuit. I'll just call it. I'm going to call it biscotti. $5.23 for that. 3 fat quarters. Fabulous. Really good. Yeah, lovely. Okay, can we just do the Alice Caroline? We've got 20 5-inch squares. Liberty Tana Lawn. These are exquisite. You get 20 5-inch squares for $16.99. Now, I know that's a bit more expensive than a lot of the fabrics we do, but this is proper Liberty and this is Tana Lawn rather than the quilt weight cotton. You can use it as quilt weight cotton. It will mix with your quilt weight cottons, no problem. Excuse me, it's really beautiful. And you've got a shaded rainbow there. You are welcome. Now, so a few country florals to share. We've got loads on the website, but I just want to share a few of them with you. Now, I do love just a romantic, lovely, a good old-fashioned rose print. And I say good old-fashioned because there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, is there? When you want that real sort of, oh, I remember my gran had an apron made of that, or, you know, that sort of fabric that really takes you back. A soft, buttery cream background with beautiful pink and maroon roses on it. Yes, it is, yeah. Yeah, that is really lovely. 1/2 metre, $7.49. Now, this would be gorgeous to make a dress out of, I think. Summery dress would be lovely, really pretty. But it would be great in your quilting as well. Now then, another one which caught my eye is this one right here. This is EZ64. This is giving me William Morris vibes. Really lovely. And I love that soft blue and that slightly peachy tone. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Yeah. Nice little bit of blue there as well. And again, when you've got all of your solids, you can then pick a solid to go with it. and say, well, you know, what would just bring that up? What does that need just to give a little extra lift? And I'm just going to pop just a little bit of that in, just as a lovely smart trim. That's Copen Blue. Yeah, really nice, isn't it? Really nice fabric. And beautiful quality, 100% cotton, of course. Should we do one more? One more. Oh, this is pretty. Oh no, this one's really pretty. I said good old-fashioned florals, roses. This is gorgeous. This is DZ01. I love the fact that we've got this sort of linear element to this design. You really only see that if you're sort of standing a little bit further away, but you see those lovely lines created. So I often talk about using fabrics with a stripe element. This one would be a stripe element, but it's very subtle, but you know, it has that linear quality to it. And I think that's really beautiful. We're going to go for a break now. When we come back, I'm going to be welcoming Suzie back to the place where dreams come true, and this gorgeous raggy quilt that's hanging behind me. I will see you in just a few minutes.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. Great to have your company. We have got a fabulous hour now for you with the amazing Suzie Duncan.
Hello.
Hey, hello again. How was your hour off?
Well, I carried on sewing.
Very good. What do we do when we've got an hour spare? We'll do it. Now, you've got an amazing project for us, and I love when we have a really different new technique to share with you here on Sewing Street. And this is a great example of that. Suzie, this is a gorgeous quilt.
It's a very touchy-feely quilt.
Very snuggly, touchy-feely, as you say.
It is.
And it's called a rag quilt.
Yeah.
Tell me about this gorgeous design. How do you, what is it?
Well, basically, it's called a rag quilt because you rag the ends. So they're supposed to be as raggy as you like. And that makes it super touchy-feely because when you've got it draped over you, you naturally rub it and play with it, which is brilliant because it just enhances that rag effect.
All kind of fluffs up.
Exactly.
So you've got fabric, you've got quilt batting, and then you've got your backing. If I turn this over for a second, can you see? You've got your backing fabric and a few of the other squares in there as well.
Just to add interest. So it's double-sided. You can have either the rag side or the plain side. You can, if you want, there's lots of mix and matches which we'll go through as we make it, but it's one of those, I made this in 3 hours.
No!
Yeah, from start to finish in 3 hours.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Christmas present.
Not only Christmas present, but you know, when it's now, apparently this weekend it's going to be, is the end of our warm, so it's going to start going cold. So you've got this weekend to make yourself a rag quilt to keep yourself warm.
I think that's fab. I really love it, and I love those colours. I love that combination really of like sort of soft federal blues with golds, browns. It's very classy, gorgeous. Let me show you. It's a brand new. It's called the Rag Edge Quilt. Okay, and it's Suzie Duncan's brand new design. So we'll start off. So in your kit, I'm going to put details on screen for this kit. You're going to get the instructions for the rag quilt. Okay, so you get all of your instructions for how to construct, how to make the rag quilt from start to finish. You get a full Moda layer cake, 42 10-inch squares. This is a range from basic grey, and it's called Decorum. And this is the one that is hanging behind Suzie right now. Those beautiful rich browns, golds, and soft blues, tans and creams. Really, really gorgeous. So you get that. You also get your backing fabric. We never normally do this, but you'll understand why this is included as soon as Suzie starts doing her demo. So quantity-wise, you get 1.5 meters. Or 2 meters of backing. 3 meters. Thank you. 3 meters of backing fabric, okay. And you also get 1.5 meters of quilt batting. So actually, you might have looked at the price and thought $97.99, that's quite a lot for a quilt kit. They're not normally that much, but you're actually getting all of your wadding, your batting, all of your backing fabric, all of your outer fabric, and your full pattern complete for $97.99. That's amazing. And the reason why you get all of that will become apparent once Suzie starts demoing. So that is our Moda version. Now we've got a second version for you. And this is a cave version, and you're going to be making this in the hour, aren't you?
So I've got a bit of it
look
made.
At that. If you need warming up, there you go.
You can't help but smile, can you?
That's awesome. Beautiful, beautiful fabrics. So what you're getting in that pack is you're getting a Free Spirit 10-inch charm pack. Now you get 40, am I right? 42, sorry.
No, it's
42.
Yeah.
10-inch squares. These are absolutely glorious. These are all K-facet fabrics in all of those lovely rich kind of deep reds, bright reds, oranges, pinks. It's absolutely glowing and glorious.
I would call them jewel tones.
They are jewel tones,
really
aren't
rich.
they? Yeah, absolutely beautiful. You get 42 10-inch squares. You get your full instructions, of course. You get this absolutely delicious, almost pinky red for your backing. And I noticed, Suzie, you've used some of that on the front of your quilt
I have,
as well.
so that's another thing I'm going to
mix and match.
Mix and match in.
3 meters of that fabric. That's your backing taken care of. 1.5 meters of quilt batting as well. That's all your batting taken care of. And Suzie, I noticed there isn't a binding on this quilt.
No.
So we don't even have to do that.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
3 hours, start to finish, you're done, the quilt is made. You could also, I think this is an ideal opportunity actually to practice your free motion and your machine quilting.
Absolutely.
You get lots of squares to practice on. Suzie, please tell me, how do we make this wonderful quilt?
It's so good. I will add that if you've got someone who's starting on their sewing journey, whatever age, and they can use a sewing machine or can hand sew, this would be perfect for them because you can build it block by block. So you can actually make this just 4 pieces if you wanted to. So it's one of those that can grow.
Yeah.
The pattern is written so that when you've got your 42 10-inch squares, I've made it a 6x6 rows and columns quilt because I've chosen to use squares as backing. But if you've got enough fabric to use all of your layer cake or your 10-inch charms to do a 6x7 quilt.
So you could actually have an extra row.
Extra row on there, and then use that's why we've given you so much of the plain fabric, because then you just cut extra plain for that, and you've got enough wadding to do that as well.
Oh,
so
perfect.
it's your choice whether you mix and match. And the other thing with this one, I just had the front as my decorative fabrics. With the K-facet one, what I'm doing is mixing, so every so often I'm turning a block, so I've got a plain appearing, so that the back looks pretty as well, but I've used all of my squares for it, so it'll be a bigger quilt. But this size is plenty big enough for a lap, also makes a fabulous play quilt for a child.
I was thinking
and it's
that,
really
lovely.
touchy-feely for them. It's really good to improve their motor skills because they try and grab at it. So it's a really good one for that. But as you said, absolutely perfect for practicing skills using decorative stitches.
Because you do all your quilting as you go along. So how do we start?
So you start by cutting all your squares. So already your layer cake or your 10-inch charm pack is cut for you. So you then need to cut the same number of plain fabric squares and wadding squares. So I had all those piled up on my desk, so I had 3 piles, and then you're going to start layering.
Now, can I just ask, any tips when you're cutting wadding? Because if we're going to rotary, are we going to rotary cut the wadding?
Yes, so I rotary cut wadding. I have a separate rotary cutter at home that's labelled wadding, and I only use that for my wadding. And it's the last item I cut because it will lint your cutting table. And the way I get the lint out is, first of all, I run my finger in tiny little circles down the lint to pick it up so it clears my mat, and then I use a lint remover to get
Cool.
the final bits. But I always use a separate one, and it's a 60
Okay, if
millimetre
you've got that,
one.
it's useful.
Yeah. If
Well,
you
how many
haven't,
layers would you cut?
I cut 4 at once.
4 layers
actually.
of wadding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which for this wadding, because this is wide wadding, which is why you only get 1.5 metres. We're not stinting you on that. It's just wide wadding.
Yeah.
You can easily do 4 layers.
Perfect.
Without any trouble at all. And your Creative Grids rulers, your Stripology XL will hold that in place whilst you're cutting as well.
Yeah.
So the first thing you're going to do is with all your decorative fabrics, and this is a great thing to do whilst you're sat watching whatever on the box, is just get your squares and decide what you're going to do quilting wise. I've chosen to do just straight line quilting for mine, purely for time factor, but if you want to take this opportunity to free motion, go for it. So the first thing I did was, because I know these are 10-inch squares, I can line my ruler up on the left edge at 5 and draw in my centre. Now when you're drawing on fabric, if you go from the middle outwards, you're less likely to ruck than if you go top to bottom. I then just moved, so that line is now on 2.5 inches on my ruler, and then I can draw a 2.5-inch line in and then turn it round and do the same. So that's given me my guides for stitching. You don't have to do that. If you've got a seam guide for your machine, you can obviously use that.
Well,
So-
another of my favourite things for non-marking for
Yeah.
quilting is to use freezer paper.
Yes.
So I would cut a 2.5-inch wide strip of freezer paper,
Yeah.
iron it on to the quilt sandwich, stitch either side of the paper, and then peel the paper off, move
Yeah.
it over, butt it up against the line you've just stitched, iron it down, and then repeat.
Yep.
That will also work.
So this one, I'm just literally doing a line in at 5 inches on the two sides. So
Oh, like a cross through the middle. Yeah.
Absolutely. And then the other one that I've used for this project is just the 2 diagonals. So mine were very simple, but it meant that I could crack on with the project and get it done.
And we don't have to use a straight stitch here.
No, you could then use any of your decorative stitch, that squiggle wiggle that I
The
like
squiggle wiggle,
will be a
love
good
it.
one. So I'm going to layer a plain, layer my wadding, and you notice I'm not using any basting spray.
Oh, you don't need that.
You can if you want to.
If you got the early bird this morning,
Perfect opportunity.
do we have any left?
Probably not, because
We're
I
gonna have
did
a
buy
look.
quite a few.
Did you? It is great stuff though.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, it is. And it just doesn't gum up your needle. It doesn't leave residues. It's brilliant. I do pin this into place, which is where these pins are magic.
Just tell me about the pins
literally.
you're using.
So these are the Taylor Seville magic pins, and these ones are the quilting ones. So they have a really sharp tip. I don't know, if I turn the fabric that way, it's probably better to pick it up, is it? Really sharp point on them, but they're also really long, and then they have this fabulous gridded almost end to them, which is brilliant for being able to hold it whatever state your fingers are in, or if you've got really lovely long nails, which of course I don't. But they go through quilt layers, as you can see, like a dream. I mean, it's so easy, and I've still got plenty of pin there, which is great, because later on we're going to have double this, so that's really useful.
Gotcha.
The other thing that I love about them is they come in this super duper little case, so they don't fall out everywhere. I've got them to hand. I've also dropped an entire box accidentally on the floor, and they've all landed point in
Oh,
to
really?
the carpet, which is phenomenal.
Oh,
I
that
know.
is clever.
But they are really easy to use.
We do actually have
they're
those
heat
magic pins
resistant.
in the 12 o'clock show. Yeah, really good stuff. We also have, so they're coming up at 12 o'clock. We've also got some of the early birds still available. It's the June Taylor quilt basting spray. It should normally be $13.99, but it's our early bird today. It's $11.99. And one of those large cans is going to be, oh gosh, absolutely low. You won't use all of that to make this quilt by any means.
No.
Probably based about 2 really big quilts using 1 can. But it's worth having in your stash, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. It's surprising how often you use it, not just for quilting. I've basted hems and all sorts.
Yep.
So I'm just putting pins in just to hold these layers together while I quilt. And then this is another opportunity to explore your resources. So if you've got decorative or variegated threads, metallic threads, why not use those as well? You don't have to use the same colour top and bottom, because then you'll get different effects.
Yes.
I've got a variegated thread loaded on here. The thing you do need to do is to increase your stitch length. So on this machine, which is the Elna 570A, I've gone up to stitch length 4. So it goes through the layers, but gives me a really nice long stitch. So it looks almost hand stitched. The other thing about this is we're not going to be precious if anything moves, because we want a raggy edge eventually. So this is why I said it's a great one for people who are just starting out, because you haven't got to be uber, oh, don't do that, unpick this. It doesn't matter. Right. Really doesn't matter.
It's quite a nice relaxed project, isn't it?
Absolutely. I have put my walking foot on my machine. You do not need to have a walking foot, but it depends on your machine. I've just chosen to have the walking foot just because I sew quite quickly, and it just eases the passage through the machine. But you don't have to do it. This one I made without. You are only quilting 10-inch squares,
aren't you, at the end of the day?
Yeah, I didn't use it for this one. It's just I chose to use it.
I love the fact that you've used a contrasting thread, which shows up more on some fabrics than others. Did you notice on Susie's quilt? And also where you've done crosses in some and vertical or horizontal lines in others. It's a really cool looking quilt.
Well, it's as you said, it is the perfect opportunity, because a 10-inch square is not an onerous size to use to practice free motion. So if you are like me and terrified of free motion, then you don't feel too worried. And because it's going to be in a quilt with at least 36 other squares, if it goes slightly off kilter, I'm not going to say wrong, because we don't do wrong, then it doesn't matter, does it?
No.
It's fine. So I'm just going to, all I'm doing is sewing down those, following the lines, which is even better, because I haven't got to think about it.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's why I mark things up, because I can then just pick it up and sew with it. And you can chain piece as well.
Yes.
One thing I would say is that once you have, if you have organised yourself ahead of schedule because you've got a particular design you've decided on, stitch everything in the rows. Don't keep chain piecing, because you'll lose where you are.
Right.
Yeah. Or
work
label
on one
it.
row at a time.
Yeah. Or you do it all of this stage now and then organise it.
Right. Okay.
So it's up to you which you do.
I suppose once you've quilted those squares together, they're much more stable, and that's the point at which I'd start having a bit of a play with them.
Yeah.
And you could flip them over. I suppose you could have an equal quantity of patterned and plain on each side, and then you could have like a checkerboard effect, couldn't you?
You could, or you could do a diagonal, you know, the middle run could all be your planes. So you can really play around with the placement on these, absolutely. So I've gone ahead and done all of the row for this particular row. Yeah. And we're going to start building this together. And
while you build, Susan's asked a question. Any tips for free motion quilting?
Yeah, don't do it. No. So because I'm terrified, I do make myself do this. And like you said in the first hour, the biggest tip I can give is don't think you're going to spend a whole afternoon free motion quilting. Right. You do need to breathe, and you do need to come away from it. Because you do get achy, because you suddenly go really tense. The more you relax, the better the effect, and the less I found the less I planned, the better I got at it as well. I've got some quilting gloves, which are just gloves with like a tacky side to them, so you can move the fabric around. But a tip that I was given recently is You know the drawer liners that you can get that like little plastic bubbly material?
That you put on trays.
Yeah. So if you cut a couple of squares of those, you can have those underneath your 3 fingers and move the fabric.
Yeah, if you don't like wearing gloves.
Yeah. So that was a good tip I had. But yeah, your tip of setting a timer and just coming away and doing a few stretches.
Yeah.
It also refocuses as to what you're going to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah,
We've also, Susan, we've got a product coming up in the next hour. It's the Dressmaker's tracing paper, and it's for transferring dressmakers' patterns onto tissue that you can then cut out. I actually think that's a brilliant resource for free motion quilting, and the reason why is this was twofold. One is you can use it as large-scale drawing paper. The best thing you can do to be better at free motion quilting is not actually sitting at your sewing machine. It's sitting in front of a big piece of paper with a pencil, drawing the pattern that you want to quilt. And if that's an all-over wiggly line, draw that at scale over large pieces of paper to practice it. If it's feathers, if it's a wiggly line, if it's going up and down along half square triangles, draw out the half square triangles with a ruler and a pencil at scale on your paper and practice drawing up and down around them. That will help you more than anything. I'll give you some more tips in the 12 o'clock hour.
So the next thing you're going to do is join your row together.
Okay.
You don't need to cut off all these threads at this stage. This is a real messy put together quilt, but it's
that's
brilliant.
okay.
It's just brilliant. Yeah. Just because you'll see in a minute why it doesn't matter. What you do need to do is to sort your design out and then build your rows. And instead of like we normally do right sides together, because the right side has got the raw edge, you're actually going to put the back pieces together. So if you want to flip a piece, do it now. So do your flip and then you put what would be the backs together.
So just for simplicity's sake, if the front of your quilt is all patterned fabric and the back of your quilt is all plain fabric, you want to put your squares plain to plain.
That's correct, yes. Yeah. But if you're mixing and matching, of course, it doesn't matter because you can just go with the flow. It is important. Well, I suppose it's up to you. If you want to do a row where you've got rag one side and the next row is rag the other, you could do that as well. That's another thing that you can
and
move
what
around.
Kind of seam allowance are you using when you sew these together?
I have used just wider than 1/4 inch.
Okay.
The wider you use, the more rag you get. You don't want to go any more than 1/2 inch.
Okay.
But pick between 1/4 and 1/2 and keep it constant. Whatever you choose, keep it the same throughout the quilt.
No problem. Now, while you do that sewing, I've got a very important job to do. Deborah, it's your birthday.
Oh.
Happy birthday. And here, mwah, is a big old kiss for you. Have a wonderful birthday. Thanks for spending some of it with us here at Sewing Street. We appreciate that. Treat yourself today, won't you?
Yeah.
Something lovely. A lovely, oh, I'd go for a lovely donut. In fact, I did go for a lovely donut. And it's not my birthday.
That was, so it was an
happy birthday,
unbirthday donut.
Yeah, you get 364 of those.
Do you?
I'm rather keen on them.
Cool. So I'm continuing down my row, just making sure that if you have flipped things, so you've got the plain going in the front as well, that you keep the rag the side you want it.
Gotcha.
So that goes on the outside as you're stitching. And my foot pedal is slowly working its way under the table.
I saw a great tip actually online yesterday that said get yourself a silicone trivet. You can often pick them up for like £1 or whatever. Silicone trivet that you would normally put like a hot dish on. Put that on the floor, put your pedal on top of it and it won't slip and slide. You can also, I think that stuff that you were talking about for your free motion quilting, you can cut a square of that out, can't you?
I've got my whole work area has got a special grid mat underneath, so mine doesn't move.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
I don't do any of this. I'm constantly trying to retrieve my foot pedal where it's sort of sliding further and further under the table. So I'm a fine one to talk, aren't I?
Well, it's one of those don't do as I do, do as I preach.
That's it, yeah.
So that's my row done.
Oh, fantastic.
Which is awesome. And it looks a real mess, doesn't
Shall I
it?
move this iron and eyeball?
That would be really
nice
helpful.
to sort of lay
You probably
everything
do
out.
want to give it an iron because obviously I've marked with a heat diffusible pen my quilting line, so you will want to give it a press to get rid of those lines, but we can do all that at the end. You're then going to join your rows together, and to join your rows I have added in some green on this.
Oh, lovely.
Purely because, well, it's by accident actually, but I've added in green. If I'm truly honest.
But you can do what you like, can't you? When you make your own.
Yeah. And you can see that I've switched some of my decorative fabrics to the back as well, because I do like having an interest.
I like that.
So when you're matching your rows, you're going to open out these ragged edges.
Okay.
So that they're flat. And that is the point at which you'll line and align all those seams.
It's not necessary to press them open, just
no,
open them out.
Yeah, because in a minute we're going to do other things with it. So you would then just move along, and you see this, where this has slipped, I'm not worried about it because that makes more of a rag. But just if you align your seams first and then hold the middle bits as well, you can then stitch down all of that. So
this is why we love our viewers. What a fabulous tip from Gillian, who says, I put rubber bands round my foot pedal and it stops it from slipping. That is genius, Gillian.
Very good.
That is genius.
You could always Velcro it, couldn't you, as well?
My deputy Joan does that.
Yeah.
I always say my deputy. She's my lovely friend as well. But she is
Have you
my
made her a
deputy.
deputy badge?
Do you know, I didn't need to, because Joan actually has a big silver metal deputy's badge. I don't think it was originally meant for that. I think it's maybe some kind of brooch, but it does look more like a deputy's badge than anything else. And yes, she occasionally puts it on.
Does she?
When she's feeling particularly official as the deputy, which we both love.
That's so cool.
Oh gosh, I don't know what I would do. I don't think I could do my job without the deputy. It's very wonderful.
That's very good. So I'm just working my way across. We might as well join these. We've got plenty of time, haven't we? See what I mean? It's so quick to put together.
Yeah, it really is quick. It's lovely. And so if you had this kind of, fantasy, with like wish, I'd love to make a quilt for all of the grandkids or something like that, and thought, it's a lovely thought, but it's just so unrealistic. Actually, this isn't unrealistic at all.
Absolutely.
Because you're piecing, you're quilting, you're constructing, you're doing everything for your quilt all at the same time, all in one go. You haven't even got to bind it. I suspect what you do need is a really nice pair of sharp scissors that are sharp to the tip.
We are going to be using a good pair of scissors.
Or possibly even a cheap pair of scissors that you've bought just for this. Because all scissors are sharp to the tip when you first buy them, aren't they?
Yeah, till you use it for wrapping paper and cutting open packaging.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm an absolute monkey for doing that.
Are you?
Whatever scissors I near. Well,
no.
I replace these things regularly, or sharpen my scissors. I say sharpen my scissors. If you join me at 12 o'clock, we've got the Fiskars scissors sharpener.
Oh, have you?
In the hour, yeah. Which I think, actually, no, I didn't even plan that. That just happened. That's like, hooray! It's a sound effect when you need one.
We're bombing down this now. I've kept the same seam allowance though, that's the important thing. Just when you get to the seams, just take it a bit slower, she says. Yeah. Because you have got a lot of bulk there.
Okay, yep. And you want to keep them open as you sew over them as well.
Sew them open and just keep it going. And because of the way that you put this quilt together, you can add to it. If you won't make it a set size now, if you decide next winter, actually, it could do with being a bit bigger, or
Yeah,
your
you could add
child,
more.
you know, the baby grows and you want to add to it to give it more of a play area, then you can easily do that because you're just literally adding squares as you go.
You are, aren't you? Susan asks, I've got lots of fabric but not a lot of wadding. Could I omit the wadding at a push? I think probably no. What do you think?
If you do, all you're going to have is a tablecloth, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be warm and snuggly.
No, it wouldn't. And you need the wadding to give the effect.
But
So
what
there
you
you
could
go.
do, Susan, is this is a perfect project. If you are using your leftover, you could use, you know, those offcuts of wadding when you've trimmed or you've maybe made a wall hanging and you've used a single bed size batting. We often have lots of bits and bobs left over, and actually because you're going to snip into the edges all the way around, even if you've pieced your wadding together using quilt joining tape, that wouldn't be an issue. So you could use even little bits basted together. I should have mentioned right at the start, you know, that we have actually got, have we got the instructions on their own? We do. Well,
that's handy.
Remiss of us, Susie, remiss of us. But we have actually got the instructions on their own if you'd like them. So, Susan, and for anybody else who wants to make their own version, you can. £9.99 for this from Suzie Duncan. It's the rag edge quilt. You get full instructions for £9.99. All right, lovely, thank you.
So this is the back side of it, if you like, or the neat side. Should we call it the neat side?
The reverse side.
Yeah. So you've got, because I've done a mix of different quilting techniques, you get a lot of interest, even if it's a plain fabric.
Yeah.
And I do like having the odd nod to a decorative as well.
I like the green fabrics you've added in as well.
Yeah, well, I don't know why I did that, but I told you, I think it's just because my brain's not here at the moment, but never mind.
Aww.
Somewhere else. Right, so we're going to do some snipping.
Fantastic.
And this is a brilliant sit in front of the telly thing.
Yeah.
But not something that will make you jump, so don't watch a horror film.
Right.
Because if you jump, you're going to snip your fingers.
Yeah, and we don't want to snip through seams either.
That is the whole point, yeah. What I will say is once you've pieced everything, if you just do the same seam allowance stitch all the way round the outside edge, because then you can rag the very edge as well.
Yeah, because you want that edge to hold together,
Yes.
don't you?
Yeah, so do that. And it doesn't matter if you then add to it because you've got that seam allowance, so you're just going to stitch onto it.
Yeah.
So all I'm doing for snipping is I tend to fold my seam and I cut both at once.
Yep.
And you're literally just snipping
Oh,
as
look at those
little
scissors.
or as much as you like.
So what sort of width are you doing between your snips?
I would say mine are about 1/4 inch.
1/4 inch
But
to
you
3/8.
can do more, less, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
If you want to use, if you've got really good pinking shears, you could use those.
Oh, okay.
And take it down, and
Yep.
then you'll just get one edge, but it will be fluffy. The other thing with this is, if you want to, wash and then tumble dry, and that will fluff the edge even more.
Yeah.
But I think, given the fact that resource is becoming quite expensive, why don't you just make it a touchy-feely rag edge?
Yeah, use it.
Use it. Now, when you get to a seam, this is where you need a bit more oomph on your wrist, cut through the seam so it doesn't stay flat, up to the stitching, but just don't go beyond the stitching.
Got you.
And then once you've cut, you can see already it's raggy.
Oh, yeah,
but
I like it.
if you really run over it and really play with it, which you naturally do when it's on your lap anyway,
I certainly do.
it rags up really prettily.
I love it.
And that's as difficult as it gets.
Oh, keep snipping. I love it.
So
I love
cool.
the sound.
Yes, good.
Is that weird? I just love it. I love it. While you're snipping, I've got another technical question for you. Are you good for it?
Well, we'll go for it.
Let's go for it. Okay. So Bex has got in touch.
Yeah.
As you mentioned earlier on, you could use different kinds of thread when you're quilting, including metallic, you mentioned earlier on.
Yeah.
And Bex says, hi everyone, any tips for sewing with metallic thread? I'm having trouble with it fraying as I sew. I know exactly the problem we're talking about, shredding and fraying.
Yeah. So I was taught to put a non-metallic thread in the bobbin and the metallic in the top.
Yep.
And use a bigger-eyed needle. So go to a jeans needle, because that doesn't then catch your thread as you go through. I also use Thread Magic, which is a little product that it will actually attach onto the top of my sewing machine, and it conditions the thread as it goes through, so it minimises that snag. If you haven't got Thread Magic, it's not the end of the world, but it does help with metallic threads. But those were the tips that I've been given and have proved successful for me. But I'm sure you've got quite a few.
Well, there's also special needles for sewing with metallic threads and those sort of speciality threads as well. And they actually have, where you've got the scarf of the needle, there's actually a hollowed out portion in the front that the thread sits in. Because if you imagine, as the needle is going through the fabric, every time with a regular needle, the thread is just lying along the front of the needle. So every time it goes through the fabric, it's actually rubbing against the fabric, and that's what's causing the shredding and the wearing away. And it breaks quite easily, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure you found, Bex. But if you use a needle that has that scarf that the thread can sit inside, you won't have any shredding or breakages at all.
But yeah, it's lovely to do, especially at this time of year.
It's the time of year for metallic thread.
It is. And it adds quite a big dimension to a project as well.
Yeah.
I love variegated threads as well.
Did you use your variegated when you pieced this together? Because you see the seam, so you can make a decorative feature of it, can't you?
Yeah. And if you want to, why not change? You don't have to do them all in the same colour. Do them in different colours if you want to. I just think this is a great project to explore quilting, basic techniques, without having to worry about piecing, because the only piecing you're doing is joining those seams, which isn't onerous because they're chunky seams.
Yeah, they are.
So you can see what you're lining up together.
Yeah.
But it is a really good one to explore the other techniques that we forget about with quilting, such as your free motion, those stitches on your sewing machine. Use it as a task to explore your sewing machine.
Absolutely.
And if you don't want it as a quilt, if you made it, I would say, if you did a 9 patch, you have got a cover for your sewing machine.
Oh, nice idea. I like that. I like that very much.
Again, if you have got friends, if you're in a sewing group, why don't you use the project and instead of doing a full quilt, make several 9 patches from it with this technique, which will be really super quick, and then you'll be able to gift them to friends as sewing machine covers or mats to go on the tables.
It's a lovely idea.
And give them an idea as well. So it's something that is a really quick to do.
Really like that idea.
It's a good charity one as well, because you can make a quilt relatively quickly, well, 3 hours, and raffle it off for a charity if you wanted to. So if you've got schools that are wanting extra funds, raffle them off.
Yeah, I love it. I was going to show you another little idea as well, just in terms of quilting. I use a lot of freezer paper when I'm quilting because there are 2 jobs I hate. One of them is piecing a backing for a quilt, so don't have to do it. The other one is marking quilting lines. Yeah. Because again, you mark them and then you have to take them out again. Yeah. So it all feels like a little bit of a pointless task. So here's something I do. So freezer paper, absolutely brilliant stuff. You can cut a piece of freezer paper that's basically to the size of the square that you're going to be quilting, so that you know that your motif will fit. And then draw. And then this might be something you trace out of a book. This might be something that you just cut out. Yeah. So you could cut out a big heart. You could cut out. I'm gonna do a flower.
You're going to ruin my scissors, aren't you?
Oh, sorry, I'm not going to use yours. Beg your pardon. Look, I've got my own. You were very well behaved there, and I know you wanted to just pull my hand away. What are you doing? Right, so look, I'm just... All right.
Not that I have OCD about my scissors.
No, you're absolutely right. Gosh, you shouldn't really use those. So I've cut a flower out. It's quite fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then just because I'm gonna, you know, I want something like, let's cut a circle out the centre, something like that. Okay, so now I've got kind of like a sunflower.
That's really cool. That would look awesome on there.
Yeah, so what you would do then is obviously when it's just a single square, is iron that onto the quilt sandwich. So layer it up first, iron that on, and then when you go to your sewing machine, now I would free motion quilt this. So use your darning foot, lower your feed dogs, drop your needle down here, and then quilt around, just using the edge of the paper as a guide. Now, does this need to be exactly on the paper? No, it can be a little bit away from it if you want to. Stitch around, do the same round the middle, and then peel the paper off. You'll have the quilting design left behind, no marking to remove. You can use your paper again and redo it somewhere else. You could do all sorts of different motifs.
I was going to say, you could have a selection of motifs, couldn't you?
Stars,
to make
hearts.
it funky. Or if a person has a particular interest or hobby, or if it's for like a little person, you could do a car shape or
that would
something.
be cute, yeah.
So
or
you could
alphabet.
make it your own. Absolutely.
Big chunky
that'd
alphabet.
Be so cool. Yeah.
Quilt that. I mean, there's loads of things you can do with freezer paper. It's ace. Have you ever used it for quilting?
I have loads of it.
Have you ever used it when you quilt?
Yes,
quilt?
I have.
Yeah,
yes.
I think it's ace. I think it's absolutely awesome.
Yeah, I use it a lot in paper crafting as well. So
give it your back so you can...
Thank you. So I can carry on snipping.
Yeah,
it is addictive, and it's. I have to be honest. When I got to the end of this one, I was really sad.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to carry on.
Is it quite easy?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I have a go?
There you go.
Can I have a go with these?
Yeah, if you want to.
I don't.
You probably
want
want
like
to
I don't want to use your scissors.
Why? You can.
Okay, so these are nice and sharp to the tip.
Aren't they?
Oh, actually, that's actually really easy.
I found it easier to sandwich it like this than try and do one side and then the other.
Got you. You just got to discipline yourself not to cut through your seam allowance.
Yes. But if you sort of get a visual on the point of your scissor, then you only go up so far anyway.
That is true. So then you were saying when you get to your actual join, you're going to cut
through.
Right through.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because that creates this, it means that this middle bit won't become a hard tuft.
Understood.
It becomes a fluffy middle.
Oh, there is something very, very satisfying.
Yeah.
It's very satisfying. I want a job as a quilt fluffer. Does that job exist?
Probably not.
Did I do a good job?
I think it's fabulous.
That's nicely fluffed, isn't it?
It is. So cool. It is really cool.
It's a really great project. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
You are clever.
And you could actually also, to extend it even more, I haven't put this in the pattern, but it's just another extension. So I said about the sewing machine cover. You could always, if you had, I would go for, you could do 2 4x4s, join them together, you've got a bag.
You've got a great bag. You've got a great bag.
If you did 2 lots of 2x3, you've got a ruler bag for all your
Really
quilting
clever.
rulers.
So many ways
and
you could use this.
And it's sturdy as well. So yeah, it's just great fun. Great
So
fun.
do you know what? I think you've just given the very best tip in answer to the question we had earlier. How do I get better at quilting? Practice it.
Yeah.
And you've got 42 squares to practice your quilting.
Yeah.
Try doing something different on every one. And you know what as well? A walking foot isn't just for quilting straight lines. There are a couple of really good books actually out there on how to quilt with a walking foot that show all kinds of beautiful designs. But remember, you can quilt spirals with a walking foot. You can quilt waving lines. You could create a crosshatch grid and maybe mark that with pen, with removable pen, but then use your wiggly stitch to stitch kind of over the top of those straight lines rather than stitching the straight lines. Just be creative.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you've got the time, you can go to town and do all sorts. But if you haven't got the time and you want to quilt in 3 hours because it's going to get cold, then go for it.
Oh, promise me you're going to finish this quilt.
Oh,
I love
absolutely
it.
I am. I mean, this is my colours. I just love this.
Me too. Well, me too, because I want it. No, I'm kidding. I'll make my own.
Yeah.
No, it's gorgeous.
It is great. And
yeah.
You can scale it up, scale it down. Obviously, we've chosen to use 10-inch squares because it makes a big quilt. But if you want to go smaller, use your 5 inches. Or just use up some of that fabric stash.
It's great.
Cut it to the squares you want.
Here's a fab tip from Julie. Again, we love you for your tips.
Yeah,
well done. I put quilter's tape on the outside of my scissors, 1/2 inch from the end of the blade, to remind me not to snip too deep.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the guide, so that you know where to...
Quilter's tape, washi tape, any of those, or a permanent Sharpie pen, anything.
Have you got any washi tape?
Just a little bit, just a little bit.
Fabulous, fabulous.
Can you imagine? And it's all in colour order, of course.
Oh, well, you do not have to justify that to me. I put everything in colour order. If I ever get presented with fabrics that are not...
I don't,
very twitchy-eyed, very twitchy-eyed. Let me remind you of the fabulous bundles that we've got available to make Susie's brand new rag quilt. Now, at the moment on screen is the CAFE version, which is the one that Susie's been working on. Now, if everybody checks out who's got this in their basket, we'll be completely sold out. We're completely allocated on the CAFE quilt. That doesn't mean if you're watching right now and think, I haven't put that in my basket and I'd like that, you can still get it. There's an unlimited number that can go in baskets. We just have a limited number that can actually be checked out. So you put it in your basket and you check out, you will get the CAFE version. You get the Free Spirit CAFE Facet 42 piece, 10-inch charm. Absolutely glorious. Hot oranges, pinks, reds, plums, little bit of blue in there as well, little bit of green, just to cool things down slightly. Glorious. You've got 3 meters of this gorgeous deep sort of cranberry red. You've got 1.5 meters of extra wide quilt batting. This is an 80-20 cotton batting. Yeah. Am I right? Yeah, 80-20 cotton batting. Plenty. Not just to make the 6x6 array that's hanging behind Susie, but you can actually use all 42 squares on the outside and then 42 squares of backing fabric on the back and wadding. You've got enough for 6x7, which will use all 42 squares. You also get the all-important quilt instructions from Susie. So that's our CAFE Facet version. We're now going to put the details up for the motor. This is that very that's some very funny music in my ear. Did everyone else hear that, or was it just me? Oh no, everyone heard it, good. This is the mode, very classy, soft blues, gold, sort of tan, cream colours. This is basic grey decorum collection. 42 10-inch squares in a layer cake there. You get 3 meters of your cadet blue. Yeah. And then you get your full set of instructions and 1.5 meters of your quilt batting. So this is the first time I've ever seen a quilt kit on Sewing Street that has everything you need to make the entire quilt, front, back, everything in the middle. The only thing you need to add is some thread. And as Susie rightfully said, go into your stash, use up some odds and ends.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can use different threads. It can be contrasting. It can be one that is exact match, so it disappears. Make them all different if you want to. Have a different bobbin to a top thread. Yeah. Which is something that most of us forget that we can do. We think that we have to naturally have the same loaded. Yeah. You don't. As long as they're the same type of threads, then they'll go through your machine, really well. But I think this is a good exploratory opportunity.
It really is. It really is.
But it's very
fantastic.
touchy-feely.
Yeah, I absolutely love it.
You spend a lot of time doing this once you're wearing it. Wearing it, I always say I wear a quilt.
You say that though, but I mean actually, you could make a bit of a poncho.
You could.
Or a bit of a cover up.
Yep, absolutely.
Using that, because especially with the square, if you think about this, I'm freestyling now. Yeah. If you think about this, you got 3 rows. If you left this section open,
you could just put your
and maybe bound that could go over as a snuggle, couldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
I saw a really clever...
You could always sleeping bag it as well.
Nice. What does that mean, sleeping bag it?
Well, so if this is your quilt finished, what you can do is put the backs together again, and instead of just edging one layer, edge the other. So you get like a tube. And then you can just put your feet in and out of it.
Oh, lovely. Oh, I like the sound of that. Yes. like a big bag that you can put your feet in.
Absolutely.
Because I don't think you can buy them anymore, but I always liked the, the one big slipper that was heated.
Yes. I think you can buy those.
Can you still buy those?
Bit dangerous though, because the number of times you get up to go and get a cup of tea and you forget your feet are in one
I just have a bell I ring, Susie. I don't know where you're going wrong.
Yeah.
But just
I'm the person that answers the bell.
Got you. I haven't got a person. Anyway, but no, that would be lovely. I like that. Sleeping bag it.
Yeah.
Sleeping bag it. That's my phrase of the day. Oh, Susie, you're an absolute joy. I love it. Love it. Gorgeous. Thank you for that. Now remember, you can buy the pattern on its own. If you've got oodles of fabric and offcuts of quilt batting, remember they don't have to be, it doesn't have to be one big piece. You could use all sorts of oddments and scraps of batting for this. You can get the instructions on their own, £9.99. We're pretty limited stock on this now. So if you want to get your rag edge quilt instructions, I would grab them now. This is a great stash buster.
Oh, absolutely.
And scrap buster as well. Because here's another thing I'm going to put out there, Susie. I think we could actually piece some of these squares together if we wanted to.
Yeah.
Couldn't we?
Yeah.
We could do a 4-patch. We could do
absolutely.
orphan blocks.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want with this.
Yeah.
And because you can flip either side, you can decide if you want the good side to be the rag side or the you can have it on either way. You could make using your decoratives on the other side mixed with your plains, you can make a different pattern.
You could really play with that.
Absolutely. It is something that you can really explore your layout skills, your free motion quilting, your embroidery stitches. It is just one of those really easy things and fully adaptable. We've already said you can make bags, you can make sewing machine covers, you could make I wouldn't use it for table mats because it's ridged.
Bumpy, yeah.
And unless you want a rocky plate.
Yeah, not really.
It's not great for that, but it's good.
I'm a messy eater left to my own devices.
Oh, well, then we better
bumpy
OD-coat
teeth.
as well then.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing. This makes a really good picnic blanket.
Oh,
if you
like
OD-coat one of the say the plain, you've then got a waterproof backing. Beautiful picnic blanket, but it's a perfect size as a play mat.
Yeah.
I mean, you could build into it some roads with your quilting, so it could be like a road mat, and these could be hedges in the field, so you could have your little animals in it as well. So yeah,
really fun. Those you could do, but just a great size and snuggle for having over your lap, keeping yourself snugly and warm. It's the year of the blankie. It really is the year of the blankie. Yeah. Do you get very offended if people ever call your quilts blankets?
No.
No.
I just like them to be used.
As long as they're used, I agree.
Because there's no point having them and then boxing them.
No. I'm lying actually, I do get slightly offended if someone calls it a blanket. I always correct them. Well, I don't say, it's not called a blanket, it's called a quilt. I say something like, yes, it's a lovely quilt, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, with the emphasis on the quilt.
Fabulous. Oh, it's wonderful.
Well, no,
Thank you, Susie.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for those wonderful demos. Loads and loads of tips today as well, which we do like, and especially all of the lovely tips that have come from you, our wonderful viewers as well. So remember, we've got 2 kit options. We've got the blue motor, we've got the fabulous dual-toned K facet version. You can also get the instructions on their own. Have a look on the website, and also a few little notions that you might want to throw in there as well. Our early bird of the day, which is the June Taylor quilt basting spray, is super useful. We've also got the magic pins from Taylor Seville, which are coming up in the next hour, and of course the freezer paper that you can use to create quilting patterns with 0 marking. All right, have a look at those. We're okay to go to the break now. And when we come back, I'm going to have an hour of tools, top tips from me as well. So do make sure you stick around, and I'll see you in just a few minutes.
Hello, my name is Fiona Hisford, also known as Sew Girl. I'm based in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I work in my lovely garden studio, which is where I am right now. So my sewing journey began as a child. My mother used to surround the house with Laura Ashley fabrics and wallpapers, and I used to patch together some of the scraps and make little quilts for myself and dolls' clothes and things like that. So one of my top tips in dressmaking would be to definitely make a toile before you start. Sometimes if you're using expensive fabric, it's a good idea to make the garment in a sheet or a cheap fabric, just so that you're absolutely sure of the fit. An interesting fact about me is that I used to be a knitwear designer back in the 80s, and once I made a jumper for the singer Sade, which was really exciting. I worked in Paris for 6 years, and when I came back, I fell back in love with fabric again, and I started working with magazines and books and writing projects for them, and that led eventually on to me designing my own collection of dressmaking patterns. My philosophy is that I love comfortable clothing, everyday things that are easy to make, easy to wear. I like modelling my clothes myself, and I wear pretty much everything that I design. So I always think that if I feel good in them, then other people will. I've been working for Sewing Street almost since it began, and I love it there. We're like one big family, and I'm on the show about every 2 months, and so I look forward to seeing you on the next show soon. Bye.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. Our final hour of the day, it's a tools hour. We've got some great stuff in this hour, some great stuff, so stick around. We're going to start actually with some native lighting. Now we had a really busy hour this morning with our wonderful ambassador and owner of the company, Clare Donnelly, who was here showing us some amazing native lighting, but we didn't have time for everything. I've got a few key pieces that I want to show you now. The first one is the Chameleon desk magnifier lamp. Now, why Chameleon? Well, I'll get to that, don't you worry. Now, the good news is that whenever Clare Donnelly is in, we always do split pays on absolutely everything, whether it qualifies for split pay or not. And today you are getting, now this should be £42.99. It is £42.99, but you can get this home for £14.33. And why is that? Because we're doing 3 split pays. 3 split pays. 3 split pays on £42.99. Okay, that's mad, but it's wonderful as well. Take advantage of it. £14.33. If you've never used split pay before, by the way, literally when you come to checkout, it's just one of the options that you can choose. You can either pay the full amount or you can choose split pay. And if you choose split pay, there's no credit checks and you don't pay any interest either. It's the same amount of money. Now then, we've got the Chameleon desk magnifier lamp. Absolutely brilliant stuff this. It's a really gorgeous lamp anyway. This is terrific for having on your desk if you work from home, if you do things like writing, colouring in, things like that. Great for having on your desk. You've got the gooseneck, which, and it is so sturdy as well. Absolutely brilliantly manoeuvrable. So wherever we want that light positioned, we can get it there and it will stay there, which is so important. A reading lamp, have this on the edge of your bed and it's just going to lift over to wherever you're reading. Superb. Now, why is it Chameleon? Well, let me show you. I'm just going to lean this down for a second and show you on the top here. There is a little flip top. Hello, look. Hello. Right, let me just show you. Let me just show you that again, shall I? Right, here we go. Why is it called a Chameleon? Because it has a lid, and that means you can now use it as a magnifier. So look, I've mentioned this a number of times before. My cross stitch I was starting to think maybe I couldn't do cross stitch anymore because I couldn't see to cross stitch. But with a magnifier, absolutely brilliant. It's so cool. So now you can position this so that now you're working with your hands underneath. Let me just reposition that a little bit so you can see. That magnification is fantastic, isn't it? My goodness, there's diamonds in my ring. I'd never seen them before. I'm kidding. But just superb. So perhaps some text that you couldn't read ordinarily under the magnifier, suddenly, yes, you can. Absolutely brilliant. Really good. It's such an affordable price at £42.99. Okay, love it. Right, let me pop that to one side and let me grab the zigzag lamp. Now, I need to warn you, this one is single figures. It's a super, super popular one, the zigzag lamp. I want to just show you as well the packaging for anybody who, like me, is seriously challenged in their ability to gift wrap. Anything in a rectangular or square box is a joy for me. It just makes life so much easier. So here is our zigzag lamp. Now this is a rechargeable lamp. So you've got your little USB charger. So obviously you can put that into a plug into the wall. You can also plug it into something else that has a USB charge and it will charge it through. And then just wonderfully positionable again. So this might be something that you have again over where you're working. It also is dimmable. Okay, so if I just, can you see that? It's subtle, but you should just be able to see that getting brighter and brighter. Fab. And again, as I say, you can reposition that to get it closer. Your neck extends. So if you want to, say, look. Woo, there we go. Now you're talking. Now, actually, if you wanted to have this over the top of maybe you're doing something like some modelling work, you know, modelling or cake decorating, something like that, and you need some extra light. I know certainly in my kitchen, the lighting in some parts of my kitchen isn't that great. It's nice to have a bit of directional lighting. Really fab that. But as I say, single figures. Now remember, ordinarily, if you wanted to get this home, you'd have to pay £54.99 and then we would send you the zigzag lamp. Today, all you have to pay is £18.33. You'll pay that today. You'll pay £18.33 in December and then one more payment in January. But you will have had the zigzag lamp within 5 to 7 working days from now, from the time you make that first payment. Brilliant. All right, now the last one, let me just turn this off. Ridiculous that this next one should be on split pay, but it is, and it's just our most affordable bit of native lighting that we have. Now this is the clip-on mini light. What you've got here, this is really fab. So you've got, let me turn it on first of all. Oh, thank you very much. There we go. It's just on the back there. Yep. This is amazing. £24.99. £24.99. Oh, I see at the front. There it is. Oh, I've got it now. £24.99 and you can get it on 2 split pays. That's absolutely fab. So look, you can clip it on to your tabletop. It's on 3 split pays. Are you kidding me? £8.33 to get this home. That is absolutely brilliant. It's bonkers, but it's brilliant. Absolutely fab. You've got loads of lovely light there. And touch sensitive control. You've got 3 color temperatures and it's rechargeable. So this could actually be, you could put, if you've got a really big dark wardrobe or something like that, you could put this inside. It has also got a little hook on the back. So if you wanted to fix that to a wall, then you can do that as well and hook it onto a wall. That is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? If you needed a bit of extra lighting in the garden shed for £24.99, well, for £8.33, yeah, that absolutely brilliant piece of kit. That. Why didn't we show that earlier on? That's fab. We were saving something gorgeous for the 12 o'clock hour. Loads of you with this in your baskets. This is also something, you know what? I hazard to say that this would clip onto the extension table on a sewing machine. You could clip that on the edge so that you could have directional. I mean, it's superb, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. This twizzles and turns. You've got your gooseneck, okay, as well. Oh, geese can be vicious. They really can. Very protective, make great guard dogs. Just superb. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Only available in white though, yeah? Only available in the white. That is brilliant. Can I just show you this as well? This is really cool. So you've got 3 temperatures. You've got your warm, you've got your daylight, and then you've also got your combined. Do you see that? I don't know if you saw that very well. Let me just, there's the warm. There's the, and there's the combined. Ace. Absolutely brilliant. Fab. That's your clip-on mini light. That's the most affordable native lighting we've ever had. It's £24.99. You just have to pay £8.33. 3 split pays, and you only have to pay the first one to get that home. And try it. Just brilliant. As Claire was saying earlier on, a very, very low return rate because everybody falls in love with native lighting. It's superb. Now, one of our favourites, in fact, native lighting's most popular lighting option is this right here. I'm going to get details on screen. The Lumina floor lamp. Now, this is absolutely amazing. Now, the price today is £99.99. That is the lowest price we have ever had for the Lumina floor lamp, which, if you're working in a chair, if you're working sitting in your sofa or armchair working, if you're at a desk or table, even if you are standing up working on something on the wall, you might be doing some decorating at home and need a bit of extra lighting, you can do that. You might actually just want some smart, sophisticated, repositionable lighting for your sitting room, a bedroom, anywhere at all really. This is it. So many of you have gone for the Lumina floor lamp today. It's absolutely brilliant. Now, one of the important features about it is the base. So I'm just going to lift this up so that you can see the base. It is all about the base, isn't it? The base is heavy and solid. So this means it's a really, really stable lamp, but also it's very slim. It's got a very slim profile. It's sleek. So this would slide underneath something like a divan bed base or a sofa that went right down almost to the floor. This would slide under so that you can get this right up against your bed or right up against your armchair or sofa for when you're working. So when you need to add just a little bit of extra light, a task light for your reading, sewing, knitting, crochet, but remember, it doesn't matter if you need it low down. It's where you're working very close work, maybe some jewellery, beadwork, something like that. Or whether you just want a nice overhead lamp for when you're reading your book, you can do all of those things with the Lumina. The only price you need to pay today actually is $33.33. I'd always go for the split pays, personally, because you don't pay any interest, you don't get charged any more, and there's no credit checks either. £33.33, you can get it home. This price, by the way, will go back up at midnight. Normal price is £119.99, so you're saving £20 by buying it today. All right, let's get into some pins. All right, Suzie Duncan's absolute favourite pins are the magic pins from Taylor Seville. These are the magic pins that Suzie was using in the last hour. You get 100 pins in here for $19.99. So this is the bumper pack. This is the super duper big pack, the large value pack. So what you get in there, you get your storage, you get this wonderful, really nice quality storage box. And then inside there, you've got 100 of these magic pins. Now, what's magic about them? Well, various different things actually. For a start, you've got a really long and really slender pin. It's so important when you're pinning through fabrics that super sharp, super slender, okay, will make pinning much, much easier. And also isn't going to distort your fabric when you're pinning. If you're using something like pinning together a quilt sandwich, as Suzie was, you don't want it to distort your quilt sandwich. This goes through so easily. This tip right here feels very comfortable in your hands. It grips really easily. And as Suzie was saying, you know, I liked the way she put it. She said, you know, whatever the state of your fingers, you know, and some of us have arthritis or rheumatism, we don't have such great grip or some numbness in the fingers. These are, I think, quite an easy pin to grab hold of and to hold steady. And then super sharp, super slender, just goes through the fabric really easily. That grip as well, by the way, is heat resistant. Now, what I would say about that is we don't need to test that to try and prove it's wrong. Okay, if you put your iron on its hottest setting and put it on top and leave it there, you can melt them. You can melt them. They're not heat proof, but they are heat resistant. So I don't know about you, but I have used pins plenty of time and glanced the iron over them, and I have melted them. That's not going to happen with these. They're heat resistant. But like I say, don't clamp the iron on top of them and leave it there. That would spoil them. And they are beautiful pins. They are absolutely gorgeous pins. They really are. Quilters' favourites, those. All right, so those are the magic pins, regular quilting pins, 1 3/4 inches. Now we've also got a pack of 50, if you'd prefer. Same style, same design. They're a regular 0.6 millimetre thickness. So great for things like your patchwork, holding patchwork together. £12.99 for 50, which really highlights the value, I think, of the 100 pack, because you get 100 for £19.99. But exactly the same, just hold that fabric together absolutely beautifully. So you can use these for things like holding your patchwork, piecing together while you're machine or hand sewing. You can also use this, as Suzie did, if you want to hold quilting layers together. I would use that more on small projects, things like the 10 by 10 squares for the rag quilt, maybe bag making as well. You can hold your layers. I wouldn't use these for basting a whole quilt together, but for something small, absolutely fine. And I often use my pins to do that with. So that's your pack of 50 magic pins from Taylor Seville. Now, next up, let's do the patchwork pins, a pack of 100. Oh, now then, I've only got a pack of 50 here. Oh no, I have got a pack of 100. Sorry, ignore me. Right, okay, so these are for patchwork. A bit shorter, these ones. So, great for piecing patchwork together. Yeah, so for example, or if you're doing your dressmaking and you've turned a hem, and you want to hold that hem up while you're stitching it, these pins are great. Just going to pin into the hem. Really easy to find, to pick up, to push through your fabric. There we go, all pinned. And then you can literally just take that to the machine and stitch your hem. Just make sure, always remove your pins before you get to them. I would never recommend sewing over pins. I know occasionally people will say, oh, I sew over my pins. I don't. If I ever do sew over a pin, it's an accident. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. Love the fact that they come in a little storage box. Keep these nice, keep these lovely. These are your special pins. Don't be lending these out. These are your special pins, just for you. Beautiful, ergonomic, comfortable grip on them. So they're easy to use, really sharp, great for your piecing work. Okay, so I'll pop those to one side. Now you can also get those in a pack of 50 if you prefer, the smaller pack. These are £9.99 for 50 of these. Absolutely perfect for your piecing. Dressmaking as well, again, perfect. Nice fine needle, these, nice and slender. So you can use these on finer fabrics as well. So quilt weight cottons, lawns, and finer dressmaking fabrics. They're all going to work really nicely. Right, last of all, we've got the applique pins. Now, we've only got these in a pack of 50. These ones are really short, fine pins. I'll just tip a few of these out so you can see them. So they're much, much shorter than your regular pin. And the basic reason for those is so that when you pin into your fabric, you don't catch them if you're hand sewing, because well, they're designed for hand sewn applique. So you'll pin your patch onto your background fabric, and being short, you're much less likely to catch your working thread on these as you're working around. My top tip actually for never catching your thread on your pins is actually, let me just grab a little pair of scissors. I'll just cut a little patch out as if I was going to applique. Oh, these aren't great scissors. These are really bad scissors. They probably are left-handers. So they're not bad scissors, they're just not right for me. Right, so if you were going to applique, why you would, heaven only knows, but if you were going to applique that raggy square to that background, okay, what I would personally do is pin the whole thing to the front, flip your work over, and then I would actually pin it from the reverse, okay? So I'd put about 3 pins in from the reverse, okay? Take your upper pin out, and now your working thread is always going to sit on the top of your work, so you cannot catch your thread on any of the pins. So that's the best way to use them, I would say. All right, super. Very good. Now then, lovely little giftable that we've got is some needle cases from Moda. Now we've got 2 different sizes and 3 different styles. So let me just show you. Aren't they cute? So you've got the cross stitch hearts, you've got the pins, and you've got the scissors. Shall we start with cross stitch hearts? Okay, right, so here's your first option, which is the large pin needle case. So this is from Moda, Anila Hoey, really cute. So you've got that printed outer side, little contrast band at the end. Inside you've got pockets. So you've got a nice large pocket in one end, and then you've got 2 smaller pockets in the other. So you could fit a small pair of scissors in there, perhaps a pack of needles, maybe a thimble or 2. And then you've got this felt in the centre for your needles. Really cute, $8.99 for that. Now, if you want the smaller version, which is your kind of like little travel size needle case that matches, Make Time by Anila Hoey for Moda. There it is, it's $4.99. No little pockets in that one though, just a needle case. All right, so that's your first version. Second version of the pins. So same as before, the large version, $8.99, large pocket in the front, double pocket in the back. You've got your felt in the centre for your needle and pins on the front. Now the small version just has those pins. Really cute that, isn't it? Love that. These are lovely little stocking fillers. Great little gift, perhaps for a sewing pal with the pins. Perhaps one of your friends that never pins anything. We've all got one. And then the last version has got the embroidery scissors on it. So beautifully designed these, aren't they? They really are cute. Large pockets, small pockets, and felt in the centre. And then your small version also has the scissors on, but it's that small version with space in there for some needles. And this could be for storing your machine needles as well. Fab. All right, those are our needle cases. Real nice little gifts, those. Can we do the scissors? Great. Now, I mentioned earlier on Raggy Quilt needing a pair of really good sharp scissors, and I said, and I wasn't being facetious here, you either need a really good, really expensive pair of scissors to do that with, or you need a really affordable pair of scissors, okay, a low-cost pair of scissors that All scissors are nice and sharp to start with. You know, it's whether they keep that blade. Now, these are £8.99 for 3 pairs, which is an amazing bit of value. Now, I think what I would be inclined to do is use scissors like this. These are going to be brill for cutting your raggy quilt. And then afterwards, I would use these perhaps for my foundation paper piecing, for trimming through paper. Maybe use them as your paper scissors. You can use them in the kitchen as well. They're a brilliant set of scissors. £8.99 for 3 pairs. Just a minute. Are you kidding me? £6.99. So less than £2.50 per pair of scissors. You've got your large multi-purpose, your big kitchen scissors. You've got your mid-sized dressmaking shears. And then you've got your small sort of utility craft scissors. Great for a bit of paper crafting. So maybe you're planning to do some Christmas crafting with the kids or the grandchildren, and you definitely don't want to let them loose with your beautiful scissors that you use for dressmaking and patchwork. Why not get these? And then you've got a set of 3 scissors. And there's nothing more frustrating as a child, is there, than having to wait for the scissors because there's only 1 pair and there's 3 of you. That's deadly. That's how to make a fun activity boring. So 3 pairs of scissors for £6.99. Grab those. That's actually the same price that we did these when they were an early bird, am I right? So you've got an early bird price there. Take advantage of it. It's naughty, but it's also rather nice. Now then, we've got our scissor sharpener, which I do not have. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Right, here we go. It's the Fiskars scissor sharpener. Now, this is for right-handed scissors, okay? So you can't change the blade around for left-handed. This is just for right-handed scissors. But basically, you're just going to put your scissors through, and then when you come back, you're just going to draw the blades together. So put them through open fully, and then close them as you draw back. And you just want to do that 2 or 3 times. And those scissors then will be beautifully resharpened. Now, these scissors were absolutely not cutting anything. And actually, they have improved. I might just give these a bit more of a sharpen. These might be the left-handers, mightn't they? I'm hoping that they're not. Oh yeah, that's definitely getting sharper. Yes, excellent, excellent. So, you know, I think that's a good buy. And especially for your good scissors, you definitely want to keep those nice and sharp. So, Fiskars scissor sharpener, really good idea. Giftable as well. Very giftable. Yes, let's talk about dressmaker's pattern paper. I mentioned this earlier on. We've got very, very limited quantities of this now. So this is 10 metres of 1 metre wide dressmaker's paper, okay? So what this is from Prim, and this is a nice sturdy tissue paper. I think it's a little bit sturdier than the sort of tissue paper that most commercial patterns are printed on. But what you're going to do with this is get your commercial dressmaker's pattern, or you might have bought one of those lovely dressmaking books that's got 15 different patterns in it, in a pull-out, but they're all kind of overprinted each other in different colours. You need to trace them off. With commercial dressmaking patterns, I always trace off because I'll trace off my size that I am now. I might be a different size in 6 months, who knows? Charlie might say, I love that shirt, will you make me one? In which case I need a different size again. And this way, you can just keep doing that. It also means that once you've traced your pattern off, you can actually put it back in the box. I keep my dressmaking patterns that I've cut out to size in zip-topped Polly Pockets. Actually, Suzie Duncan's fabulous zip-topped project bags would be perfect for this. And put a complete set in there. Now, another thing that I do with this paper, and I mentioned this earlier on, is I practice my free motion quilting. Now, I wonder if we've got just like a normal, like a Sharpie pen or a pencil, something like that. Not a friction pen. You could use a friction pen. And I'll just show you what I do. Lovely. Thanks, Becky. Fab. Thank you. Gorgeous. All right, so I've got a pen here. So I think the very best thing you can do to improve your quilting is to practice drawing. So you've got lovely large piece of paper here. So if you want to practice your free motion vermicelli, and you want to make sure that your lines never cross and that your density of quilting is the same throughout, then I recommend you practice on this paper. And once you do this, you learn the pattern. You learn the pattern, you practice the pattern, you learn the motor skills, because doing this is very much like doing this when you're underneath the sewing machine, okay? And whatever pattern you're trying to do, so maybe you're going to do vermicelli, but you're going to do it at a smaller scale. Practice it at the scale you intend stitching. There's no point practicing this if this is what you want to stitch. And that's when you need large pieces of paper, okay? So whatever you're going to do, maybe you're going to do lovely peacock feathers. This looks lovely quilted all over a quilt. Absolutely beautiful texture. And what this does, as I say, is it teaches you the route, but you'll also notice that the more you practice, the smoother your patterns become and the smoother your lines. Now, I mentioned earlier, if you want to do something like quilt around half square triangles, what you need to do first of all is you need to actually draw out those half square triangles. So if your half square triangles that you're going to quilt are 2-inch finished, then draw yourself a row, okay? And I'll put little marks at 2 inches throughout. I'll draw another line above that. Again, mark at 2 inches. Okay. And then you want to mark in your verticals and your diagonal lines. So I'm just using a quilting ruler for this. And then mark my diagonals as well. These could be flying geese. This could be a whole quilt block, and you draw it out at scale. Remember, there is no point practicing drawing on something this big if what you want to quilt is this big. So this is why notepads don't always help. You need these large paper. So now what you're going to do is practice drawing without a ruler your straight line. Because I reckon actually we can train ourselves to quilt and to draw in pretty straight lines. Once you've done it once, try doing it again. See if you improve. Practice doing that until it feels natural. The other thing you can do is practice doing it the reverse way, because you may find you get to a part of your quilt where you need to actually come back on yourself, and that is easier than turning the quilt. What about if you wanted to use a continuous curve? Around your seam lines, so we're stitching around our seam lines all the way along, all the way along, all the way along, back to where you started. This paper is brilliant. This is the best way that you can practice your quilting. And it's not even what it's designed for, but who cares? Who uses freezer paper to wrap meat? Does Charlie, do you really use freezer paper to wrap meat? He genuinely does. All right, it's not just being awkward. But, you know, use it for whatever you want to. Now, there's actually more of those rolls of paper in baskets than we have, so please check out your baskets. The other thing you can use for practicing your quilting is freezer paper. That's also brilliant. It's, I mean, they do actually say on the side of the box, give it to children to use as sort of like doodling paper. But if you're going to practice your quilting, you can also do that on freezer paper because you've got a lovely, long, continuous roll. You've actually got 50 square feet. There's over 12 metres of freezer paper in one roll. You do get through it though. So, you know, for £6.49, you might want to consider getting yourself a couple. But again, use it for practicing your quilting. So again, if you're going to quilt a 14-inch block, then draw out that 14-inch block or that 12-inch block on your freezer paper. And then once you've drawn it out, and now I am just going to draw this freehand, and I don't mean you to do this at home, but I want to illustrate what you do. So let's say that this is our star block, okay, that we want to quilt. So you would draw the whole thing to scale. All right, and let's say that just to be fancy, we've actually got a square on point in the centre of this as well. So here's my quilt block that I want to quilt. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to practice. Well, how am I going to quilt it? How do I want to quilt this? Because the number one question I get asked in quilting classes is, how do I know what to quilt my blocks with? How do I know what design to put on them? And there's no magic answer to it. The best thing you can do is draw out your quilt block half a dozen times, doodle over it, try some different doodles and see what looks good. So for example, you might say, well, I'm actually going to use my walking foot for this. So I'm going to do a wiggly line. I'm going to use that serpentine stitch because I tell you why I won't use a straight stitch through the centre. If you go off at all, anywhere, it really shows. So I might use my wiggly line and I'm going to go through the centre. That'd look rather lovely. And I could actually, if this was block to block, I could probably do continuous lines through the whole thing, actually. That wiggly X through the centre would probably be enough to quilt the whole thing. But why don't we add just a little bit of extra quilting while we're here? So what I could actually do, and I'm thinking now about how I would quilt across the whole thing, I might actually decide that I'm going to put a wiggly line through here and through here, and then do the same going this away and this away. So what I end up with is cross hatching, but done with a wiggly line, okay? But by the same token, I might take exactly the same block, and you might just do smaller versions when you're kind of practicing, you know, or trying out different ideas, and then actually practice on a big version. You could use that continuous curve quilting that I just showed you. So again, what you're doing here is finding your route around the triangles. Do you see what I mean? So you go around your whole triangles. This is continuous curve. So we're going either side of all of the units like this all the way around. And then once you've decided what your quilting is going to be, draw your block out full size on your freezer paper and then practice the route. Not only are you teaching yourself the route, it's a bit like getting a new job and driving to work the day before you actually start so that you know the route. Yeah, we've all done that. This is the same. You're trying out the route before you actually commit. You're learning the route so that you don't end up boxing yourself into a corner and you can't find your way out again. Now, I've shown you other lots of tips using freezer paper over the last year, but that's a new one. That's a new one. Okay, let's do the mini quilting ruler. Is this one over here, isn't it? Whoa, the little creative grids. This is really cute. Now, you know me, I absolutely love scrap quilting. Love, love, love scrap quilting. And scraps by their very nature are often very small. And a smaller ruler is an absolute boon for when you're cutting scraps. Now, I think teamed with a small rotating cutting mat, this is how you tame your scraps, okay? Because I'll be honest with you, a 6x24 ruler trying to cut scraps with this is cumbersome and difficult, and it's going to make the job harder. And if the job's made harder, you'll give up, okay? And I mean that in the kindest sense. We'd all give up, wouldn't we? If you use a small ruler to trim, to do those little squares, those little half square triangles. This is 2.5 inches by 6 inches. So for example, one of my favourite sort of scrap sizes to cut is 2.5 inch strips. Even if I've only got like a 4-inch piece, that I could use for something like, you know, 4-patch or 9-patch units, something like that. Absolutely brill. So it's a really cool little ruler. Can I just mention rotating cutting mats, please? Because I love them. Oh, this scratching is making me itch. Rotating cutting mat. This is the small one. This is the 12-inch. I love it. I love it. It's $16.99. I think it's the best $16.99 you'll spend. I think they're brilliant. They've got a non-slip surface on the back, which means that when you've got that on, it is absolutely not going anywhere. It's anchored to the table, it feels, okay? A really hard surface, this, that's going to resist grooves and cuts as you work, so it's going to really last. Little locks on the back, pull them in. Don't worry if your mat comes apart in 2 pieces. It's not broken. All you got to do, line those 2 bits back up again, and now here's your rotating cutting mat. Now when you're using this to cut, just make sure that your ruler is lined back up again, top and bottom. You don't really want to be cutting like this. And the reason why is because if you're cutting this way, you wouldn't necessarily see it. You're going to go off the edge, and that wouldn't be great. So make sure you always keep it lined up. But then when you're cutting one edge straight, turn your mat, cut again, and keep working around. Just brilliant. Absolutely love them. Now, we've got this in a larger size as well, if you would like. We've got that, got it under there, but 18 inches square, an 18-inch square. Oh, we've got it under there, haven't we? Thanks, Becky. Just trying not to be seen. There it is. Oh, ace, thank you. Great. So here's the 18-inch. We've only got 5 of these left, actually, the 18-inch. 5 of those left. Now, I'll just flip this over for a second and show you. You've actually got 4 locks on the back, so you need to unlock all 4 of them. Very easy to do. Then lay it down. And then the other thing I would say is with the larger mat, well, with either of them, you need to make sure that you've got sufficient space. I often don't do this when I'm demonstrating, but you need to make sure you've got enough space for the whole mat to rotate. And it's worth checking that before you start laying fabric on and starting to cut. But you've got this huge surface for cutting out, absolutely brilliant. It is safer to cut with a rotating cutting mat than a regular mat. Why do I say that? Because this makes it much easier when we're cutting. We don't want to be doing this, cutting across, and we definitely don't want to be doing this, cutting towards us, leaning on the table, hutching it, you know, all of that business. We're not doing that. We're not playing pool, are we? We're cutting fabric safely. So we always cut away from ourselves so we can turn and cut away and do our 4 sides. Or if you're doing something like a hexagon, you've got 6 sides to trim. Quick and easy with your rotating cutting mat. All right, lovely. And a great colour as well. You won't lose that. Definitely grab myself one of those. Deputy Joan actually bought a self-rotating cutting mat very, very recently. I was demoing them. Joan's been quilting for decades, many, many decades, and you'd think that after that amount of time we'd all have everything we could ever need. But Joan hadn't got a rotating cutting mat. She bought one and she absolutely loves it. Joan, if you're watching, mwah! Okay. We also get it in the green. We've got the green. This is the green 12-inch square, $16.99. It's that classic cutting mat colour. And then we've also got it in the blue. And this is a gorgeous, brilliant blue. Lovely bright blue, that. Yeah, it's gorgeous. You can use things like an X-Acto knife or a smaller blade on this. It doesn't have to be a rotary cutter. You can use those kind of blades on it as well. Obviously, it is single-sided rather than double-sided, so you don't flip it over. Absolutely brill, and rotates through 360 degrees. Always make sure that you use it on a flat surface, by the way. And when you're storing these, try and store them flat, like you have them on a table, rather than propped up against a wall where they could bow or bend. Okay, I'm just going to move that out the way. Let's do some threads. Christmas is a-coming. And love a thread set. There's something very gorgeous. It's like, you remember when you were a child and you got a new box of crayons or pencil crayons or something like that, and you open the tin and it was just that world of possibilities. This is the 1930s Gutermann selection. You get 30 reels of thread in here. This is the ultimate collection of threads. Now, these are sew-all threads, I believe. I'm just going to check. Yeah. Yes. Sew-all threads. Beautiful, but can I just say it's not actually in the rainbow order that I would put them in, but it has been put in an order, just not the right order. I mean, for a start, these two need to be swapped around, surely. That's better. You notice that? My eyes started to twitch. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the rest of it I'm actually reasonably happy with. Reasonably happy. I think as... I don't know if I am now I'm saying that. I wonder if I don't want that there. You see, I'm quite happy for black and white to sit together. All right, again, I'm happier now. Ish. Yeah, no, all right, I'll leave it at that. Okay, 30 100-metre reels of Gutermann sew-all thread. Absolutely beautiful. What's great, you've actually got all of the colour numbers written on the back. Okay, I've messed up the order now, but you've got all of those. Obviously, they also correspond with the number that's at the end. So when you've used them up, if you want to keep all the colours together, you can replace the individual colours. Or when you've used them up, you could replace them with your favourite selection of colours. It's a beautiful thing to buy for somebody. You get this beautiful tin. It's a really special tin as well, isn't it, for you to keep. Celebrating Gutermann's heritage. They really have been going for such a long time. Lovely. And that's $39.99. Now, we've got a few smaller selections, haven't we? Just going to grab these. Yep, I'm going to grab 1927 first of all. So let me just open this up. There we go. Right, let me just pop this out so you can have a look and see what's inside. So this again is a beautiful nostalgia tin. Isn't that lovely? Really gorgeous. This is in the 1927 tin. Look at those. Oh, well, there's an interesting fact I feel I need to share with you now that Ben's just shared with me. In 1927, the first hot food was served on an airline. And aren't we grateful for that? It's such lovely food on airlines. We recently flew to Cork. We didn't get anything. I think we might have bought a bag of crisps. Anyway, this is a little pastel selection. This is Easter in a tin, isn't it, to me? Or sugared almonds. It's the wedding collection. Really, really gorgeous. Love that. White, pastel pink, bubblegum, wisteria, a little soft blue there, aqua. Actually, do you know what this reminds me of? Unicorn poop from Tula Pink. It's those gorgeous, lovely pastels from Tula, isn't it? That's just gorgeous. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right, I'll pop that to one side. I've got 1928. Are you going to look that one up now as well, Ben? Good, glad to hear it. Okay, right, let me pop this tin out. So you get 8 reels. This is going to be a super tin for me, I think, because guess what you've got inside? I'm coming out. It's the rainbow. Look at that. That is beautiful. That is beautiful, isn't it? Really vibrant. $16.99. That's a very giftable price, I think. Very giftable price. Oh, it was Mickey Mouse's first outing in Steamboat Willie. That's a lovely little cartoon, yep, all black and white, of course. And the first Trans-Pacific flight, which presumably they would have served hot food on because that was done the year before. But it was old news by then. It's old news, boring, over it. Yeah, chicken or fish, chicken or fish. Tea or coffee, sir, tea or coffee. Beautiful. Beautiful, lovely. And then last of all, we've got 1925. So this is like utility collection, I would say. This is your kind of useful utility shades. So again, you've got a beautiful decorative tin, and then inside you've got those utility threads. These are kind of the colours of thread. If you ever stay in hotels where they have those awful, mind you, they can be useful. You know, there's awful little mending sets that have a little tiny bit of thread on. Well, this is beautiful quality. This would make the most amazing travel set. This would be much nicer than relying on those. You could pop a little pair of scissors and a little needle in there as well. You've got black, you've got grey, dark brown, tan, white. You've got that soft dark moss green that would blend with lots of mid-toned shades. You've got your navy blue, and then you've got your red, which would team up with any brights. So really good mending colours. Okay, let me pop those away. Beautiful little tins there. They're definitely on my Christmas list. Metallic threads from Gutermann. Oh, I'm rather attracted to these ones over here, actually, but they're Aurifil. I'll get to those. Yes. Can we grab those? Oh, metallics first. We were talking earlier on about metallic thread. And this is a gorgeous set of Gutermann metallic threads. Now I'm just going to open this up, and I'll probably regret saying that because they'll probably fly everywhere. Oh, hello, hello. There we go. Doing it, I'm doing it. Well, of course, it would help if I took the paper off properly. But look, those are delish. Wowza. Those are lovely. Now, they should be the John Scott thread collection, shouldn't they? He's full of sparkle. Gold, silver, rose gold or copper, maybe. A lovely metallic magenta, soft pink, purple, and that green. Wow. Oh, I say, they've added pizzazz to thread, haven't they? Let's be honest. That is beautiful. They've razzle-dazzled thread. They've added a little bit of ooh la la, a little bit of va-va-voom. That's gorgeous. And this is the season for metallic thread, isn't it? Christmas, just adding a little bit, not exclusively. $11.99, that's lovely. Right, come on, let's get these threads out. Here we go, John Scott's thread collection. Oh, lovely. Can we do the John Scott's garden? He has got a fabulous garden, hasn't he? Yeah. Let me open this up. Let's delve into John's garden. Oh, he's had one of those fancy, are they retractable shades or something? Something like that, hasn't it? An awning? Is it an awning? Oh, has he got one of those? Or is it just a lovely umbrella? I know he's got a lovely umbrella in his garden. These are gorgeous. Variegated pinks, variegated oranges. This one, which is a kind of a yellow, red, green mix. Gorgeous teal, bright yellow, and that fabulous red. These are perfect for things like quilting, these threads, all made by Orifil. Was mentioned to me about doing a thread collection. Will I do that? What would it be? What would it be? Do you think? Threads for life. This is the John Scott collection. Oh, just the John Scott collection. That was the garden collection. This is the thread collection. This is the ultimate. Well, those are pretty. Really nice. This is a 50 weight, am I right? Yeah, 50 weight. Premium cotton. Absolutely lovely. You've got that soft grey, cream, soft pink, soft blue, soft green, and a lovely soft yellow. Beautiful. All right, let's put John back in a box. All right, let's do tomorrow's menu. Here it is. At 8 a.m, it's designer fabrics, and then at 9 a.m, butterfly applique cushion with Delphine Brooks. At 10 a.m, the Sew Me Something Florence dress with Jules Fallon, and then at 11 o'clock, the rustic home sheep cushion with Delphine Brooks. Jules Fallon's back at 12 o'clock for the Sew Me Something Bianca coat, and running proceedings is our own inimitable John Scott. That's tomorrow. Back to today. Thanks for staying with us today, and thanks for sharing the morning here on Sewing Street. Wherever you are, look after yourselves and each other, and I will see you next week. Mwah.